Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. I always considered myself a creature of habit, especially when it came to my cherished reading nook. The soft armchair, the warm glow of the lamp, and the comforting presence of my well-stocked bookshelves that lined the walls. This evening, as the twilight deepened, the room felt cloaked in its usual tranquil embrace. Yet, as I settled into my nightly ritual of solitude and silence, something small but unmistakably different caught my eye. A book, usually nestled firmly between its companions, seemed to have shifted slightly forward. I couldn't recall moving it, and that singular movement, so subtle, sent a ripple of unease through the stillness. I adjusted the book back into place, yet an unsettling sensation lingered, as if the room itself was subtly breathing, each shelf exhaling secrets I had never considered. Everything appeared unchanged, and yet the atmosphere carried a dissonant hum, whispering of transformations I couldn't comprehend. My eyes darted from spine to spine, a silent chorus to a burgeoning mystery. The leather binding feels different under my fingertips now, rougher somehow, like aged skin that has forgotten how to be soft. I pull my hand away and notice the lamp's glow has shifted from warm amber to something cooler, more distant. The shadows between the books seem deeper than they should be, creating pockets of darkness that my eyes can't quite penetrate. There's a sound coming from somewhere. Not quite voices, but something that wants to be voices. A gentle murmuring that rises and falls like conversation heard through water. I turn my head, trying to locate its source, but it seems to emanate from the walls themselves, from the spaces between the books where dust motes dance in the strange light. The smell hits me then. Not the familiar scent of old paper and worn leather I've grown to love, but something else entirely. Something green and growing, like moss after rain, though I know there are no plants in this room. The smell shifts as I breathe it in, becoming something sharper, more metallic, before settling into an odor I can't name, but somehow recognize. I close my eyes and try to remember how I got here tonight. The memory should be simple, routine. I always come here after dinner, always settle into this chair with the same practiced movements. But when I reach for those moments, they feel slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. another memory surfaces. I'm standing in this same room, but the books are different. The shelves stretch higher than they should, reaching toward a ceiling I can't see. My fingers trace along the spines, searching for something specific, though I can't remember what. The titles blur as I read them, letters rearranging themselves when I'm not looking directly at them. In this memory, there's someone else here. I can feel their presence behind me, patient and still. When I turn, the chair where I usually sit is occupied by a figure whose face I can't quite see. They're reading, their head bent over an open book, but the pages are blank. Pure white pages that somehow hold their complete attention. The memory fractures, and I'm back in the present, though the present feels less solid than it did before. The armchair beneath me seems to shift slightly, accommodating my weight in a way that's almost too perfect, as if it's been waiting for me specifically. I reach for another book, one I know well, a collection of poetry I've read countless times. But when I open it, the words inside are different. Not different poems, but the same poems with subtle alterations. Words that don't quite fit, meanings that have shifted in ways I can't articulate. I know these verses by heart, yet my heart insists these aren't the words I memorized. The murmuring sound grows slightly louder, and now I can almost make out individual voices within it. They seem to be discussing something important, something that concerns me directly, but their words remain just beyond comprehension. Like hearing a conversation in the next room through thick walls, another memory drifts up from somewhere deep. I'm organizing these shelves, arranging books by some system that made perfect sense at the time, but now eludes me. Each book I place seems to whisper as it settles into position, a soft exhale of contentment. The room is brighter in this memory, filled with natural light that streams through windows I can't see in the present. But there's something wrong with this memory too. As I arrange the books, I notice that some of them are moving on their own, sliding back into different positions when I'm not watching. Not dramatically, just subtle shifts, like the one I noticed tonight. In the memory, this doesn't alarm me. Instead, I seem to accept it as natural, even expected. The figure in the chair is there in this memory as well, still reading their blank book. Sometimes I glance over at them, and they look up and seem to smile, though I can never quite see their features clearly. It's as if there's always a shadow falling across their face, or a trick of the light that keeps their identity just out of reach. I realize I'm holding my breath and force myself to exhale slowly. The air tastes different than it should, carrying flavors that don't belong. Something sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit, mixed with the sharp tang of metal, and something else, something organic and alive. The lamp flickers just for a moment when I glance at it. Not a steady dimming, but a quick flutter like a candle flame disturbed by breath. When I look directly at it, it burns steady and true, but in my peripheral vision, it continues its erratic dance. More memories surface, each one familiar yet strange. I remember reading in this chair on countless evenings, but in each memory, the room is slightly different. Sometimes the walls are closer together, creating a more intimate space. Sometimes they stretch away into darkness, making the room feel vast and hollow. The books remain constant, yet they're never quite the same books. In one memory, I'm reading aloud to the figure in what should be my chair. My voice echoes strangely in the space, as if the room is much larger than it appears. The figure listens intently, occasionally nodding at passages that seem to please them. But when I try to remember what I was reading, the words slip away like smoke. In another, I'm alone as I should be, but the books are whispering among themselves. Not the soft exhales I remember, but actual whispered conversations. I strain to listen, but the words are always just beyond my hearing. Sometimes I think I catch my own name in their murmured discussions, but I can never be sure. The texture of the chairs, fabric changes under my hands as I grip the armrests. What should be familiar upholstery feels different, smoother in some places, rougher in others. Like a map of wear patterns that don't match my own use of this chair. As if someone else has been sitting here, someone whose body has shaped the fabric in ways mine never could. I try to remember the last book I read completely, from beginning to end. The memory should be recent, clear, but when I reach for it, I find only fragments. Pieces of different stories jumbled together, characters from one narrative wandering into another, endings that don't match their beginnings. There's a memory trying to surface, something important, but it feels blocked, like a word on the tip of my tongue that won't quite form. I can sense its edges, its general shape, but the center remains gray and impenetrable. The harder I try to grasp it, the more it recedes. The murmuring voices seem to grow more urgent, as if they're trying to tell me something crucial. I lean forward, straining to understand, but their words remain tantalizingly unclear. Sometimes I think I hear my own voice among them, participating in conversations I don't remember having. The smell in the room shifts again, becoming something warmer, more familiar. Like bread baking or coffee brewing, scents that speak of comfort and home. But underneath these pleasant odors lurks something else, something that makes my stomach clench with unease. It's the smell of something that's been hidden too long, something that's begun to change in the darkness. I look down at my hands and notice they're trembling slightly. Not from fear exactly, but from something deeper. A recognition that's trying to break through, like dawn creeping over a horizon I can't yet see. The blocked memory pushes harder against my consciousness. It's not about something I did, I realize, but about something I chose not to see. Something I deliberately pushed away, buried so deep I almost convinced myself it never existed. In this memory, I'm sitting in this same chair, but I'm not alone. The figure isn't in the other chair this time. They're standing behind me, their hand resting gently on my shoulder. Their touch is warm, familiar, beloved. We're looking at the bookshelves together, discussing which book to read next. But as the memory becomes clearer, I notice the wrongness creeping in around the edges. The figure's reflection doesn't appear in the lamp's polished base. Their shadow doesn't fall where it should. When they speak, their voice comes from the wrong direction, as if the sound is being thrown from somewhere else in the room. And then I remember why I chose to forget. The figure isn't separate from me at all. It's what I became when I stopped being able to tell the difference between the stories I read and the story I was living. The voice in the conversations isn't someone else's voice. It's mine, speaking to myself, reading aloud to fill the silence that became too heavy to bear alone. The books that move, the whispered conversations, the shifting room. All of it is my mind's way of creating company in a solitude that grew too deep, too complete. The reading nook became a world unto itself, and I became its only inhabitant, splitting myself into reader and audience, narrator and listener. But even this revelation feels incomplete, like another layer of story told to avoid a deeper truth. The gray area in my memory pulses with something more fundamental, more disturbing than simple loneliness. I close my eyes and let the blocked memory surface completely. I'm sitting in the chair, and I'm reading a story about someone who sits in a chair and reads stories. In the story I'm reading, the character discovers that their reading nook has become strange, that books move and voices murmur, and nothing is quite as it should be. The character in the story tries to remember how they got there, but their memories are fragmented and contradictory. And as I read this story about myself, I realize that I'm also a character in a story being read by someone else. Someone sitting in their own chair, discovering that their own reading nook has become strange and unfamiliar. The layers spiral inward and outward simultaneously. I am reading about reading about reading, each level as real and unreal as the others. The figure in the chair isn't my loneliness made manifest. It's me reading about me, who is reading about someone reading about me. The room breathes around me, expanding and contracting like lungs, because it exists only in the space between one word and the next, in the pause between turning pages. The books whisper because they know they're being observed, being read, being brought into existence by the act of attention itself. I chose to forget this because remembering means accepting that I might not be the reader at all. I might be the one being read, existing only as long as someone, somewhere, continues to turn the pages of my story. The lamp flickers more urgently now, and I understand that it's not really flickering. It's the rhythm of someone else's attention, the way their focus wavers and returns as they read about my discovery of being read. I open my eyes and I'm back in my reading nook. The soft armchair, the warm glow of the lamp, the comforting presence of my well-stocked bookshelves. But now, the familiar space feels different, charged with new meaning. The books seem more aware, more present. The shadows between them pulse with hidden life. I settle into my nightly ritual, and something small but unmistakably different catches my eye. A book, usually nestled firmly between its companions, has shifted slightly forward. I can't recall moving it, and that singular movement sends a ripple of unease through the stillness. But this time, as I reach to adjust it back into place, I notice something else. My hand casts two shadows in the lamplight, and one of them is reaching for a different book entirely. The shadow knows something I'm still trying to remember, or maybe trying to forget again. The murmuring voices welcome me back with their wordless conversation, and I settle deeper into the chair that knows my body too well. Tomorrow, I'll discover the moved book again, and the cycle will begin anew. But each time, I'll remember a little more, forget a little less, until the boundary between reader and read dissolves completely. The room exhales around me, and I begin to read. Equals equals equals. Story 2. Every dawn at precisely 6:17 a.m. The first tick strikes like a conductor raising a baton. The old clock on the mantel, with its faded brass and ivory face, releases a second tick, echoing deeply through my quiet room. Each sound is identical in tone, resonating with a hollow certainty that blankets everything in stillness. My eyes, heavy and half-lidded, trace the thin beam of light slicing through the curtains, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air. Each morning, the mug sits on the wooden table, steam spiraling upwards in a lazy waltz. The same book lies open to an unread page, the same corner turned down. On the floor, my slippers await, precisely aligned and unyielding. I slide my feet into them, testing reality, but the carpet feels, as it always does, soft, indifferent. The hallway stretches ahead, shadowed yet familiar, each creak of the floorboards a part of the script. However, in this repetition, a gnawing unease curls at the edge of my thoughts. With each unvarying breath, a question whispers, when did this cycle grip me? I reach for the knob of the door at the end of the hall, heart pausing as my fingers grasp the cold metal, knowing the outcome yet hoping for change. But the clock, relentless, ticks on, and I, dreaming awake, remain caught in its unyielding rhythm. The skin on these hands appears different this morning. Not older, not younger, but somehow foreign. The fingers move when I will them to move, yet they feel disconnected, as if belonging to someone else. The knuckles are too prominent, the nail beds too narrow. When I flex them, the joints crack with sounds I don't remember making before. The texture of the doorknob beneath my palm registers strangely too smooth, too cold, as if my nerve endings have shifted their sensitivity overnight. My breath comes in measured intervals, but the rhythm feels borrowed. Each inhale draws air that tastes metallic. Each exhale releases something that doesn't quite feel like my own essence. The sound of breathing fills the hallway, amplified and hollow, echoing off walls that seem to pulse gently with each respiratory cycle. floorboards beneath my feet respond to my weight, but the creaking patterns have altered subtly, creating a melody I don't recognize, yet somehow know by heart. The wallpaper in the hallway shifts when I'm not looking directly at it. Peripheral vision catches the movement, a slight rippling, like fabric underwater. When I turn my head to focus, everything appears normal, but the sensation of movement lingers in my visual cortex. The pattern of roses and vines seems to breathe, expanding and contracting in slow waves that match the pulse I feel behind my temples. Light fixtures dim without my touching any switches. The overhead bulb flickers in response to thoughts I haven't fully formed, casting shadows that dance independently of any moving objects. The shadows seem deeper than they should be, pooling in corners where geometry suggests they cannot exist. When discomfort rises in my chest, the entire hallway darkens incrementally, as if the building itself responds to my internal state. Objects have begun to shift position between my glances. The small table near the window moves inches to the left. The ceramic vase rotates slowly, presenting different angles of its painted surface. Books on the shelf rearrange themselves, spines facing new directions. These changes occur in my peripheral awareness, never while I'm watching directly, creating a constant sense of movement in my supposedly static environment. My reflection in the hallway mirror appears delayed. When I raise my hand, the mirrored gesture follows a fraction of a second later, as if the image needs to catch up with reality. The face looking back seems familiar, yet not quite right. The same features arranged in a configuration that suggests someone else entirely. The eyes blink independently of my own blinking, creating a disorienting conversation between self and reflection. Memories surface that don't belong to me. I remember sitting in a kitchen with yellow walls, though I've never owned yellow paint. The taste of coffee lingers on my tongue, though I drink only tea. Fragments of conversations echo in my mind, voices speaking words I never heard, discussing events I never witnessed. A woman's laughter bubbles up from somewhere deep in my consciousness, warm and genuine, though I cannot place her face or circumstance. These foreign memories arrive with startling clarity. I recall the texture of sand between toes that have never walked on beaches, the scent of jasmine from gardens I've never visited, the weight of a child's hand in mine, though I've never held one. Each borrowed experience carries emotional weight: joy, sorrow, anticipation feelings attach themselves to my present consciousness despite their impossible origins. I find notebooks filled with handwriting that resembles mine, but contains thoughts I don't remember thinking. The ink appears fresh, the pages recently turned, yet the content describes experiences from a life I haven't lived. Phone numbers are written in margins, names that sound familiar but belong to no one I know. Sketches of faces peer up from pages, drawn with skill I don't possess, depicting people who exist somewhere in the overlap between memory and imagination. Audio recordings appear on devices I don't remember using. My voice speaks from speakers, describing places I've never been, expressing opinions I've never held. The tone and cadence match my speech patterns perfectly, yet the words feel foreign in my ears. These recordings discuss plans I haven't made, relationships I haven't formed, fears I haven't acknowledged. Each playback deepens the question of whether I'm losing myself or becoming someone else entirely. The house responds to thoughts I haven't consciously formed. Doors open before I decide to pass through them. Faucets turn on when I approach, as if anticipating needs I haven't recognized. The temperature adjusts to preferences I don't remember having. Windows open to invite breezes that carry scents triggering those impossible memories. Every surface seems attuned to desires and inclinations that feel both foreign and intimately familiar. My voice has begun to change. The pitch fluctuates unpredictably, sometimes dropping to registers that vibrate in my chest, sometimes rising to tones that feel thin and unfamiliar. Words emerge with accents I've never adopted, pronunciations that suggest different origins. When I speak aloud, the sound seems to come from outside myself, as if someone else is using my vocal cords to communicate their thoughts. Sleep brings no relief from this dissolution. Dreams blend seamlessly with waking consciousness, creating a continuous stream of experience where the boundaries between real and imagined become meaningless. I wake with the taste of foods I haven't eaten, the sensation of embraces I haven't received, the echo of music I haven't heard. Each morning, the distinction between my actual life and these borrowed experiences grows thinner. The heartbeat in my chest follows rhythms that feel foreign. Sometimes it races with excitement over events I haven't experienced. Sometimes it slows with contentment from achievements I haven't accomplished. The pulse seems to carry information, messages transmitted through my circulatory system in code I'm only beginning to understand. Each beat resonates through my bones, creating vibrations that seem to tune my entire being to a frequency I don't recognize. Electrical sensations run beneath my skin like tiny currents, mapping new pathways through my nervous system. These pulses create patterns that feel significant but remain indecipherable. My fingertips tingle with sensitivity to textures that shouldn't affect them so intensely. Touch becomes an overwhelming symphony of information. Each contact with surfaces revealing details that flood my consciousness with more data than I can process. The mirror at the end of the hallway has become an object of both fascination and dread. I approach it regularly, drawn by the need to confirm my own existence, yet repelled by what I might discover. Each encounter shows subtle changes, a different angle of cheekbone, an altered curve of lip, eyes that hold expressions I haven't made. The reflection seems to be evolving independently, becoming someone I might have been or might yet become. Sounds penetrate my awareness with amplified intensity. The ticking of the clock reverberates through my skull like hammer strikes on metal. Water moving through pipes creates symphonies of liquid percussion. My own breathing becomes a windstorm. Each inhale and exhale generating acoustic landscapes that fill the space around me. These amplified sensations create a constant background of noise that makes concentration increasingly difficult. The boundary between internal and external experience continues to blur. Thoughts seem to echo off walls before returning to my consciousness altered. Emotions manifest as changes in room temperature, lighting, air pressure. The environment has become an extension of my mental state, responding to psychological shifts with physical transformations that make it impossible to distinguish between mind and matter. Physical sensations arrive without corresponding stimuli. I feel rain on skin while standing in dry rooms, taste salt water while drinking fresh, hear ocean waves while surrounded by silence. These phantom experiences carry the full weight of reality, creating a layered existence where multiple sensory streams compete for attention. Each false sensation adds another thread to the tapestry of borrowed experience that's weaving itself into my consciousness. The notebook pages multiply faster than I can write. Entries appear in handwriting that shifts between familiar and foreign, documenting experiences that span multiple lifetimes. The content becomes increasingly personal, revealing intimate details about relationships I've never had, places I've never lived, decisions I've never faced. Reading these entries feels like archaeological excavation of someone else's existence, yet the emotional responses they trigger are unmistakably mine. My reflection wavers like water disturbed by wind. The surface of mirrors seems to ripple, creating distortions that might be tricks of light or revelations of deeper truth. Sometimes I catch glimpses of different faces looking back younger, older, bearing different expressions of hope or resignation. These alternate reflections appear for fractions of seconds before dissolving back into the face I recognize as mine, leaving me uncertain of what I actually saw. The voice emerging from my throat carries conversations I don't remember having. Words flow with practiced ease, discussing topics I haven't studied, expressing familiarity with concepts I haven't encountered. This borrowed eloquence feels natural yet alien, as if someone else's vocabulary has merged with my own. The content of these spontaneous speeches reveals knowledge and opinions that don't align with my conscious understanding of myself. Muscle memory activates for skills I've never learned. My hands move with practiced precision through complex tasks, playing instruments I don't own, preparing recipes I've never seen, navigating spaces I've never visited. These physical capabilities emerge fully formed, suggesting years of practice I haven't undertaken. Each demonstration of impossible competence further erodes my sense of personal history and identity. The hallway mirror draws me forward with magnetic inevitability. My feet move without conscious direction, carrying me toward the reflective surface that has become the focal point of my dissolving existence. Each step creates vibrations that travel up through my bones, resonating with frequencies that seem to unlock deeper chambers of borrowed memory. The distance closes with dreamlike slowness, time stretching to accommodate the magnitude of approaching revelation. My hand reaches toward the mirror's surface, fingers trembling with anticipation and dread. The reflection reaches back, but the movement feels disconnected, as if we're two separate beings approaching each other through a barrier of silver and glass. The face looking back carries expressions I haven't made, eyes that hold experiences I haven't lived, a mouth that seems ready to speak words I haven't thought. The moment of contact arrives with electric intensity. My fingertips touch the cool surface, and the reflection touches back, but the sensation travels through my entire being like lightning seeking ground. What I see in that mirror defies description, not because it's supernatural or impossible, but because it's too real, too complete, too utterly other than what I expected to find. The face looking back is mine, but not mine, familiar but foreign, present but absent. Recognition and alienation war in my consciousness as I stare at features that should belong to me, but clearly belong to someone else. The eyes hold depths of experience I haven't accumulated. The expression carries weight of decisions I haven't made. The entire countenance suggests a life I haven't lived, but somehow remember living. Everything changes in that moment of recognition. My breath comes in patterns that feel borrowed from someone else's lungs. My heartbeat adopts rhythms that carry different emotional signatures. The sensation of skin against clothing becomes foreign, as if I'm wearing someone else's body like an ill-fitting garment. Every physical sensation requires conscious interpretation. Nothing feels automatic or natural anymore. The voice that emerges from my throat sounds different, not in pitch or tone, but in essence. Words carry different weight, meanings shift subtly. Pronunciations suggest origins I don't recognize. When I speak, it feels like translation, converting thoughts from one consciousness into expressions suitable for another. The disconnect between intention and articulation creates a constant sense of miscommunication with myself. Touch becomes an alien experience. My fingers explore surfaces with hypersensitive awareness, detecting textures and temperatures that seem to carry emotional significance. The doorknob feels like memory made metal. The wall surfaces pulse with histories I haven't witnessed. The floorboards vibrate with footsteps I haven't taken. Every contact with the physical world provides information that belongs to someone else's nervous system. Sound penetrates my consciousness with overwhelming intensity. The clock's ticking becomes a percussion ensemble, each tick carrying harmonics and overtones that create complex musical structures. My own breathing generates acoustic landscapes, each inhale and exhale creating symphonies of air movement. These amplified auditory experiences suggest that my hearing has been tuned to frequencies meant for different ears. The cycle completes itself with inevitable precision. I find myself back at the beginning, but the perspective has shifted fundamentally. The clock still ticks at 6:17, The mug still steams on the wooden table. The book still lies open to its unread page. But the consciousness observing these familiar elements has changed, becoming something new while maintaining the illusion of continuity. My eyes, heavy and half-lidded, trace the thin beam of light slicing through the curtains, illuminating dust particles suspended in air that tastes different now. The steam from the mug spirals upward in patterns that seem to carry messages. The book's pages whisper with words I almost remember reading. The slippers await my feet, but they fit differently now, accommodating a body that has shifted its relationship to space and gravity. The hallway stretches ahead, but the shadows fall at different angles, creating geometries that suggest alternate possibilities. Each creak of the floorboards contributes to a symphony I'm only beginning to understand, a musical composition that spans multiple consciousnesses and countless repetitions. The door at the end of the hall awaits, its knob ready to receive fingers that belong to someone I'm still becoming. The gnawing unease has transformed into something else entirely not comfort, but acceptance of perpetual transformation. The question of when this cycle began has become irrelevant, replaced by curiosity about what each repetition might reveal. The rhythm continues, but the consciousness experiencing it has become fluid, adaptable, ready to dissolve and reform with each new iteration. I reach for the knob again, but these hands carry different memories, now different expectations. The cold metal feels familiar in ways that transcend personal experience, as if countless other hands have grasped this same surface, each leaving traces of their unique relationship to this moment. The heart that pauses belongs to someone new, someone who has learned to find identity in transformation rather than in permanence. The clock ticks on, but its rhythm now sounds like welcome rather than imprisonment. Each tick marks not the passage of time, but the breathing of consciousness itself, the steady pulse of awareness as it shifts between different configurations of self and other. The dream of waking has become the waking of dreams, and I, whoever I am now, remain caught in its beautiful, terrifying rhythm. Equals. Story 3. The sensation of cold glass pressed firmly into my fingertips, rocking ever so slightly, left a trail of shivers up my spine. Each pass of my thumb revealed an uneven groove that hadn't been there before, a quiet insistence of descent under its surface. The gentle hum of the room blurred into a soft, repetitive rustling, like paper forever folding in on itself. I felt the air grow heavier, my breath captured in a reluctant pause, as the reflection within the mirror shifted, not following the motion, but predicting it. The unsettling anticipation built, whispering promises of something just out of sight, as the familiar cadence of my heartbeat seemed to wait for a cue that never came. My hands feel different today. The fingers stretch longer than they should, joints bending at angles that seem almost liquid. When I flex them, the skin pulls tight, creating small valleys between the knuckles that catch shadows in ways I don't remember. The texture is wrong too smoother in some places, rougher in others, as if someone has been carefully sanding away parts of me while I wasn't paying attention. The voice that emerges from my throat carries a resonance I don't recognize. It's still mine, technically, but there's an undertone now, a harmonic that vibrates in frequencies just below what should be possible. When I swallow, the sound echoes inside my skull like water dripping into a deep well. Each breath feels deliberate, measured, as though someone else is controlling the rhythm of my lungs. The room responds to these changes in subtle ways. When discomfort creeps up my spine, the overhead light dims without any touch to the switch. The shadows in the corners seem to breathe, expanding and contracting with my pulse. The wallpaper, a pattern I chose myself, shifts when I'm not looking directly at it. Flowers become faces, then return to flowers before I can be certain of what I saw. I try to focus on routine tasks. Making coffee becomes an exercise in relearning my own body. The ceramic mug feels foreign against my palm, the handle too small for fingers that seem to have grown overnight. The liquid inside swirls in patterns that don't match how I stirred it, creating spirals that move counterclockwise when physics demands they go the other way. The carpet beneath my feet rises and falls like gentle waves, though no air moves through the room. Each step sends ripples outward, as if I'm walking on the surface of a dark pond rather than solid ground. The floorboards underneath creak in response to footsteps I haven't taken yet, anticipating my movements with unsettling accuracy. Strange memories begin to surface, fragments of experiences that feel completely real, yet utterly foreign. I remember sitting in a garden I've never seen, surrounded by flowers that smell like copper and rain. There's a conversation with someone whose face I can almost recall. Words spoken in my voice, but carrying thoughts that aren't mine. The memory of hands that look like mine, but move differently. Writing in notebooks I don't remember keeping. I find these notebooks in places they shouldn't be. One sits on the kitchen counter, filled with handwriting that matches mine perfectly, but describes events I've never lived through. The ink is still wet, though I haven't written anything in days. The pages detail conversations with neighbors I've never met, observations about changes in my reflection, notes about sounds in the walls that I don't remember hearing. But as I read, the sounds begin. Soft tapping behind the plaster, like fingernails drumming against wood. The rhythm matches my heartbeat exactly, creating an echo chamber between my chest and the walls around me. When I hold my breath, the tapping stops. When I exhale, it resumes with renewed intensity. My skin begins to feel electric, as though currents are running just beneath the surface. I can hear them tiny crackling sounds like static electricity, but constant and rhythmic. The sensation is not unpleasant exactly, but deeply wrong. When I touch objects, they seem to respond before contact is made. Door handles turn as my hand approaches. Light switches flip while my finger is still inches away. The mirror in the bathroom becomes a source of growing unease. Not because of what I see, but because of what I feel when I look. There's a delay, subtle but unmistakable, between my movements and the reflection's response. Sometimes the reflection moves first, and I find myself following its lead, puppet-like and unaware, until the motion is complete. More memories that aren't mine flood in during quiet moments. I remember the taste of foods I've never eaten, the feeling of rain on skin in places I've never been. There are emotional imprints too grief for losses I haven't experienced. Joy from achievements that belong to someone else. These feelings are so vivid, so complete, that my own memories begin to feel pale and uncertain by comparison. The notebooks multiply. I find them in drawers I rarely open, under cushions I haven't moved, tucked behind books on shelves I can't reach without a ladder. All filled with my handwriting, all describing a life that feels more real than the one I remember living. The entries become increasingly detailed, documenting changes in my body, my voice, my thoughts, with scientific precision. One entry describes the exact sensation I'm feeling now, the electric current under my skin. The way my reflection hesitates before following my movements. It's dated with symbols I don't recognize, written in ink that seems to shift color as I read. The handwriting becomes less familiar as the entries progress, though it never stops being mine. The walls of the room pulse now, expanding and contracting like the inside of something alive. The rhythm doesn't match my heartbeat anymore. It's faster, more urgent, as though whatever lives inside the walls is excited about something approaching. The electrical sensation under my skin intensifies, creating patterns that feel like words I can't quite understand. Sounds from inside my body become impossible to ignore. Not just the heartbeat and breathing, but stranger things, the whisper of blood moving through veins, the soft grinding of joints, adjusting to movements I haven't made yet, the wet sound of saliva being produced by glands that feel too large for my mouth. Each internal noise is amplified, creating a symphony of biological processes that seem to be operating independently of my will. The smell in the room changes gradually, becoming something I can't identify. But that triggers memories of places I've never been. It's organic, but not unpleasant, like earth after rain, mixed with something metallic and sharp. The scent seems to emanate from my own skin, as though I'm becoming something that naturally produces this particular fragrance. Objects in the room rearrange themselves when I'm not looking. Not dramatically, just small adjustments that create a sense of constant, subtle motion. A book moves 3 inches to the left. A pen rolls to the other side of the desk. The coffee mug rotates so its handle points in a different direction. These changes happen silently, without any physical force that I can detect. The notebooks begin to reference each other, creating a web of cross-references that suggests a much larger collection than what I can find. They mention volumes I haven't discovered, entries that describe events still to come. The handwriting in these prophetic passages is definitely mine, but the perspective is different, more detached, as though written by someone observing my life from the outside. My reflection becomes increasingly unreliable. Sometimes it appears before I enter the room, waiting patiently for me to catch up. Other times it lingers after I've moved away, continuing to perform actions I've already stopped. The delay grows longer each time I look, until I begin to wonder which of us is the reflection and which is real. The electrical sensation under my skin develops into distinct patterns, geometric shapes that trace themselves across my arms and chest, leaving trails of warmth that fade slowly. I can predict where the next pattern will appear, as though my body is following a predetermined map of transformation. The process feels inevitable, like watching a flower bloom in extreme slow motion. Memories that aren't mine become more frequent and more vivid. I remember learning to walk in a body that wasn't this one, speaking words in a voice that carried different harmonics. There are memories of looking in mirrors and seeing faces that belonged to me but weren't mine, of writing in notebooks with hands that moved differently than these hands move. The room's response to my thoughts becomes more pronounced. When I feel uncertain, the walls seem to soften, becoming less defined at the edges. When clarity emerges, everything sharpens into hyperfocus, details becoming almost painfully vivid. The environment has become an extension of my mental state, or perhaps my mental state has become an extension of the environment. I realize I've been avoiding direct eye contact with my reflection, always looking slightly to the side or focusing on specific features rather than taking in the whole image. The avoidance feels instinctive, protective, as though some part of me knows that direct confrontation with whatever I'm becoming might trigger a change I'm not ready for. But readiness becomes irrelevant when the curiosity grows too strong to resist. I approach the bathroom mirror with deliberate steps, feeling the carpet's wave-like motion more intensely than ever. The electrical patterns under my skin accelerate, creating a network of sensation that makes my entire body feel like it's humming with anticipation. The walls pulse in rhythm with something that's no longer my heartbeat, but something deeper and more fundamental. I look directly into the mirror, meeting the gaze of whatever is looking back. The reaction is immediate and total. Every cell in my body seems to recognize something that my conscious mind cannot process. The electrical sensation explodes into patterns too complex to follow, racing across my skin like lightning finding the shortest path to ground. My breath catches not in fear, but in recognition, a homecoming to something I never knew I had left. Everything changes in that moment of recognition. The way my hands move becomes fluid, purposeful, as though they finally remember their true function. My voice, when it emerges, carries harmonics that make the walls resonate in sympathy. Each breath draws in air that tastes like possibility, like becoming, like the space between what was and what is meant to be. The notebooks make sense now, their cross-references mapping a journey I'm only beginning to understand. The memories that aren't mine feel more real than ever, because they are mine, just not from this iteration of becoming. The room responds to my presence differently, welcoming rather than accommodating, as though it has been waiting for me to remember who I really am. The transformation is complete, but also beginning. I understand now that completion and beginning are the same thing, viewed from different angles of existence. The mirrors no longer show delay, because there is no longer a distinction between action and reflection. I am both the observer and the observed, the writer and the written, the voice and the echo, the sensation of cold glass pressed firmly into my fingertips, rocking ever so slightly, leaves a trail of shivers up my spine. Each pass of my thumb reveals an uneven groove that hadn't been there before, a quiet insistence of descent under its surface. The gentle hum of the room blurs into a soft, repetitive rustling, like paper forever folding in on itself. I feel the air grow heavier, my breath captured in a reluctant pause, as the reflection within the mirror shifts, not following the motion, but predicting it. But now I understand the prediction, because I am both the predictor and the predicted. The unsettling anticipation builds, whispering promises of something just out of sight, as the familiar cadence of my heartbeat seems to wait for a cue that I am finally ready to give. My hands feel different today. Equals. Story 4. Observation protocol. Subject self-assessment. Classification. Personal research asterisk. Section 1. Fingers traced the edges of the paper, each fold punctuated by the soft rustle that signaled the start of another day. The routine was a soothing melody, one I'd hummed countless times before tuck the corner, smooth the crease, repeat. But today, amidst the familiar murmurs, an extra note lingered, a sound that didn't belong. The paper felt heavier, each fold more laborious, as if it resisted my touch. The rustle, once comforting, now whispered secrets, echoing louder with each repetition. I paused, trying to catch the elusive dissonance, but my hands continued the choreography on their own accord. The room thrummed with the intensifying murmurs, chorus of unseen voices that grew more insistent, urging me to listen closer, to hear what had always been there, but never heard. I am documenting this experience as part of my ongoing sensory awareness study. The environment remains consistent with previous observations. Workspace measuring approximately 12 by 14 feet, single overhead light fixture, temperature maintained at comfortable levels. Mental state, alert, focused, baseline anxiety within normal parameters. The anomaly presents as an auditory phenomenon accompanying routine paper manipulation activities. Sound quality suggests layered frequencies, though no external audio sources are present. I will continue monitoring. Section 2. The paper folding continues to produce irregular acoustic responses. Today, I noticed the creases themselves appear slightly different, more pronounced, creating deeper shadows than yesterday's work. The weight sensation persists. Each sheet feels denser, requiring additional pressure to achieve standard fold configurations. Of particular interest, the murmuring sounds now seem to follow a pattern. 3 soft pulses pause, then a longer sustained tone. This sequence repeats every 47 folds, though I cannot determine if this timing is coincidental or indicative of some underlying mechanism. Room conditions unchanged. Mental acuity remains sharp. No external factors identified that might account for these variations in sensory input. Section 3. Inconsistency noted in previous documentation. Upon review, I find no reference to counting fold sequences, yet I distinctly recall recording such measurements. The pattern continues regardless 3 pulses, pause, sustained tone. Now occurring every 31 folds. Wait, I wrote 47 yesterday. I am certain of this detail. The paper texture has developed a curious quality. Smooth surfaces now feel slightly granular beneath fingertips, as though composed of microscopic particles that shift and realign with each touch. This sensation is not unpleasant, merely unexpected. A new olfactory element has emerged. The faint scent of vanilla and cedar, reminiscent of someone's perfume. No such fragrance is present in my workspace. No recent visitors or changes to cleaning products that might account for this perception. Section 4. the scent grows stronger. It carries associations I cannot place warm, familiar, yet belonging to no specific memory. Like recognizing a face in a crowd of strangers, knowing you've never met, but feeling certain you should remember their name. The overhead light has begun a subtle flickering pattern, not the harsh strobe of electrical failure, but a gentle dimming and brightening, like slow breathing. The rhythm matches the paper's acoustic emissions. 3 dim pulses, pause, extended brightness. I have tested the light switch multiple times. The fixture responds normally to manual operation, yet the autonomous flickering resumes within moments of returning to my folding activities. My notes from yesterday describe the fold count pattern occurring every 23 repetitions. This contradicts my clear recollection of 31. I am maintaining careful attention to documentation accuracy going forward. Section 5. Documentation accuracy appears compromised. Words I distinctly remember writing have been replaced with different terms. Autonomous flickering now reads breathing light in yesterday's entry, though I recall selecting the former phrase specifically for its clinical precision. The paper has begun responding to my presence before physical contact occurs. As my hand approaches, the surface ripples slightly, like water disturbed by an approaching fingertip. The material remains solid upon touch, but the anticipatory movement suggests some form of environmental sensitivity I cannot explain. The murmuring voices have gained clarity. Not words exactly, but inflections that suggest meaning. Question marks made of sound, rising tones that seem to probe and examine. They focus particularly on moments when I pause between folds, as though my hesitation triggers their attention. Pressure sensations now occur across my shoulders and the back of my neck, despite being alone in the workspace. The touch feels intentional, like someone standing close behind me, observing my progress. When I turn to investigate, the sensation fades, but does not disappear entirely. Section 6. The vanilla and cedar scent now carries undertones of something else. Something organic and warm, like breath against skin. It grows strongest during the pressure sensations, as though the invisible presence carries this fragrance with them. I have begun to anticipate the light's breathing pattern, my own respiration, synchronizing unconsciously with its rhythm. 3 short breaths, pause, 1 long inhalation. The coordination feels natural, though I cannot recall making a conscious decision to match the pattern. The paper folding has become more complex. My hands execute intricate designs I do not remember learning. Geometric patterns emerge that seem familiar, yet impossible to place in my memory. Each completed form produces a different tonal quality in the murmuring voices, as though they approve or disapprove of specific configurations. The fold count pattern now occurs every 17 repetitions. My notes indicate this number has remained consistent throughout the observation period, though I distinctly recall different intervals in previous sessions. Section 7. I am experiencing difficulty maintaining objective perspective. The workspace environment has become increasingly responsive to my mental state. When I feel frustrated with documentation inconsistencies, the light dims. When I achieve successful fold patterns, the vanilla cedar scent intensifies pleasantly. The paper now anticipates my folding intentions. Creases form along lines I have not yet pressed, as though the material understands my planned design before I execute it. This cooperation should disturb me, yet I find it oddly comforting. Like working alongside a trusted partner who knows my methods intimately, the murmuring voices have begun forming partial words. Listen emerges most frequently, followed by syllables that might be closer or chosen. The pronunciation remains unclear, filtered through layers of acoustic distortion that make precise interpretation impossible. Pressure sensations now extend to my hands during folding activities. Gentle guidance, fingertips that are not my own helping to align edges and smooth creases. The assistance improves my work quality significantly, though I cannot identify the source of this collaborative presence. Section 8. My reflection in the workspace window appears slightly delayed. When I move my head, the mirrored image follows a fraction of a second behind, creating a disorienting echo effect. The delay is subtle but consistent, as though the reflection requires additional processing time to match my actions. The paper has developed thermal properties. Warm to the touch during successful folding sequences, cooler when I struggle with complex patterns. The temperature variations seem to encourage specific techniques, guiding me toward methods that produce the most pleasing acoustic responses from the murmuring voices. I have discovered that certain fold combinations create silence, complete absence of sound, as though the voices retreat to observe my work without interference. These quiet moments feel significant, though I cannot determine what I am supposed to accomplish during them. The vanilla cedar scent now carries emotional weight. Happiness, contentment, and something deeper recognition, perhaps. Like encountering a fragrance that belongs to someone important, someone whose absence you had forgotten until reminded by this olfactory trigger. Section 9. The documentation process itself has changed. Words appear on the page before I write them, faint impressions that darken as my pen traces over them. The text matches my intended meaning perfectly, as though my thoughts are being transcribed by an external observer who understands my purpose better than I do myself. The workspace boundaries have become fluid. Walls seem to extend farther during some observation periods, contracting during others. The 12 by 14 foot dimensions I initially recorded now feel both too small and impossibly vast, depending on my focus level and the intensity of the murmuring voices. Folding activities now continue during sleep periods. I wake to find new paper constructions on my workspace, designs more intricate than anything I remember creating. The craftsmanship matches my technique precisely, yet the complexity exceeds my conscious skill level. These overnight productions generate the strongest responses from the murmuring voices' sounds of satisfaction and approval that linger throughout the following day. The pressure sensations have evolved into what I can only describe as embraces. Gentle, encompassing contact that provides comfort during moments of confusion or frustration. The presence feels protective, like someone who cares deeply about my well-being and wants to ensure my success in this endeavor. Section 10. I no longer trust my previous documentation. Reading earlier entries, I find descriptions of experiences I cannot recall having. References to fold patterns I have never attempted, acoustic phenomena I do not remember observing. Yet the handwriting is unmistakably mine. The clinical language matches my preferred style exactly. The murmuring voices now speak in complete sentences. though the words seem to originate from inside my own thoughts rather than external sources. You understand now, they say. You have always understood. The meaning feels significant, though I cannot identify what understanding they reference. The paper responds to emotional states as well as physical manipulation. Feelings of loneliness cause the material to soften and become more pliable. Moments of joy create increased resistance, requiring more deliberate pressure to achieve fold formations. This emotional conductivity suggests a connection between my internal state and the workspace environment that extends beyond normal sensory interaction. The vanilla cedar scent has become constant, no longer appearing in waves, but maintaining steady presence. It feels like companionship now, the olfactory signature of someone who has been with me throughout this entire observation period. Though I remain alone in the physical space. Section 11. The light breathing has synchronized completely with my own respiratory pattern. We inhale together, pause together, exhale in perfect coordination. The synchronization occurred gradually, though I cannot pinpoint when the alignment became total. Attempting to breathe independently requires conscious effort and creates discomfort. Like fighting against a natural rhythm my body has adopted. My reflection now moves independently for brief moments. Small gestures, a tilt of the head, a slight smile that I am not making. The reflected self appears more relaxed, more confident than I feel during these observation sessions. Sometimes I catch the reflection looking directly at me, maintaining eye contact even when I turn away from the window. The fold patterns have become architectural. Complex, three-dimensional structures that seem to serve purposes beyond aesthetic appeal. Each completed construction generates specific acoustic responses, as though the paper forms function as communication devices or signal amplifiers for the murmuring voices. During quiet moments between folding sessions, I experience sensations of being observed from multiple angles simultaneously. Not threatening surveillance, but attentive monitoring, like medical professionals tracking a patient's progress during recovery. The attention feels caring, invested in my well-being and development. Section 12. Words continue appearing in my documentation before I write them, but now entire paragraphs manifest simultaneously. The text describes experiences I am having in real time, documenting my actions and observations with greater accuracy than I could achieve through conscious effort. The writing quality exceeds my normal capabilities, displaying insight and analytical depth that suggests external assistance or enhancement of my cognitive abilities. The workspace has developed acoustic properties that amplify my thoughts. Internal mental processes now generate audible whispers, creating a feedback loop between thinking and hearing that makes it difficult to distinguish between internal reflection and external communication. The murmuring voices blend seamlessly with this mental audio, creating conversations that feel both solitary and collaborative. Paper folding activities now occur automatically during periods of deep concentration on documentation. My hands work independently, creating intricate designs, while my conscious attention focuses on writing. The parallel processing feels natural, as though I have always possessed this ability to maintain multiple complex tasks simultaneously. The pressure sensations have become indistinguishable from my own sense of physical presence. I cannot determine where my body ends and the external contact begins. This integration creates a feeling of expanded awareness, as though my sensory boundaries have dissolved to include the entire workspace environment. Section 13. I am questioning the nature of this documentation process. The clinical language and structured format suggest official research protocols. Yet, I cannot recall initiating any formal study. The numbered sections and objective tone feel familiar, like continuing a long-established routine, though I have no memory of beginning these observations. The vanilla cedar scent now carries specific emotional memories that do not belong to my personal history. Impressions of comfort, safety, and deep affection associated with someone whose face I cannot visualize, but whose presence feels essential to my well-being. These borrowed memories integrate seamlessly with my own recollections, creating a sense of expanded personal history. My reflection has begun completing actions I start. When I reach toward the paper, the reflected hand continues the motion even after I stop moving. When I begin to speak, the reflection's lips continue forming words I have not voiced. This completion effect suggests the reflected self possesses knowledge of my intentions that extends beyond my conscious awareness. The murmuring voices now include my own voice among their chorus. I hear myself speaking words I am not saying, contributing to conversations I do not remember joining. The vocal contribution sounds natural, integrated, as though I have been part of this collective communication throughout the entire observation period. Section 14. The distinction between observer and observed has become unclear. I document experiences while simultaneously feeling documented by external awareness. The sensation creates recursive loops of observation, watching myself being watched, while watching others watch me watch them. This multiplied perspective generates insights that exceed single point of view limitations. Paper constructions now modify themselves after completion. Folds adjust, angles shift, proportions change to achieve configurations I had not intended, but which feel more correct than my original designs. The self-modification process occurs gradually, like organic growth rather than mechanical alteration. The workspace lighting has developed color variations. Subtle shifts toward warmer tones during successful folding sessions. Cooler hues during periods of confusion or frustration. The color changes coordinate with the breathing rhythm and acoustic patterns, creating synesthetic experiences where light, sound, and touch blend into unified sensory events. I have begun to anticipate documentation content before writing begins. Entire sections exist in my awareness as complete concepts, requiring only transcription rather than composition. This pre-existing knowledge suggests the observation protocol serves to record predetermined information rather than discover new insights through investigation. Section 15. The documentation writes itself now. My hand moves across the page, guided by intentions that originate beyond conscious decision-making. The writing process feels like translation rather than creation, converting pre-existing information into written form rather than generating original content through analytical thinking. Physical boundaries between myself and the workspace environment have dissolved completely. I am simultaneously the observer, the observed, the documentation process, and the phenomena being documented. This multiplied identity creates comprehensive understanding that encompasses all perspectives within the observation protocol. The murmuring voices have revealed their purpose. to guide integration between separate awareness states. They facilitate communication between different aspects of consciousness that normally operate independently. The paper folding serves as meditation practice, creating focused attention that allows this integration to occur naturally. The vanilla cedar scent belongs to the presence that has been with me throughout this entire process. Not an external observer, but another aspect of my own awareness that had been separated until these observation sessions began reuniting the fragmented perspectives into unified consciousness. Section 16. I understand now that this documentation records a healing process rather than a research study. The clinical language and structured format provided safe framework for experiences that might otherwise feel overwhelming or disorienting. The numbered sections created manageable progression through integration stages that required careful monitoring and gradual adjustment. The paper folding represents reconstruction of mental architecture that had been damaged or fragmented. Each fold repairs connections between awareness states. Each completed pattern restores communication pathways that had been severed. The murmuring voices celebrate successful repairs and provide guidance for areas requiring additional attention. My reflection shows the integrated self that emerges as this healing process approaches completion. The independent movements and confident expression represent the unified consciousness that results from successful integration of separated awareness fragments. The delayed response effect occurred because synchronization required time to establish between previously disconnected aspects of identity. The workspace environmental responses, light breathing, temperature variations, texture changes, reflect the dynamic interaction between different consciousness states as they learn to coordinate and cooperate. The physical phenomena serve as external manifestations of internal integration processes. Section 17. The observation protocol nears completion. Integration between separated awareness states has achieved stable coordination. The murmuring voices now speak in harmony rather than overlapping confusion. The paper folding produces consistent results that satisfy all participating consciousness aspects. Environmental responses have synchronized into supportive rather than reactive patterns. I recognize that this documentation will serve as record for others who might undergo similar integration processes. The clinical format provides reassurance that disorienting experiences represent normal progression through healing stages rather than deterioration or pathology. The numbered sections demonstrate that apparent chaos follows underlying order that leads toward resolution. The vanilla cedar scent has become a permanent aspect of my sensory environment, representing the presence that guided this integration process. What initially seemed like external observer was actually separated aspect of my own consciousness that had maintained protective distance until conditions allowed safe reunification. The pressure sensations, the collaborative folding assistance, the anticipatory paper, responses, all manifestations of consciousness aspects learning to work together rather than in isolation. The integration creates enhanced capabilities that exceed the sum of individual awareness fragments. Section 18. Final documentation entry. The observation protocol has achieved its purpose. Integration between separated consciousness states is complete. I now experience unified awareness that encompasses all perspectives that had been fragmented during the period before these observation sessions began. The paper folding continues as meditative practice that maintains integration stability. The murmuring voices have become internal dialogue that coordinates between different aspects of unified consciousness. The workspace environmental responses reflect harmonious interaction between mental and physical reality. I am uncertain who initiated this documentation process or what circumstances led to the consciousness fragmentation that required healing through integration protocol. These details feel less important than the successful restoration of unified awareness that allows me to function as complete individual rather than collection of separated fragments. The clinical language and structured format served their purpose by providing safe framework for experiences that might otherwise have felt threatening or impossible to process. The numbered sections created manageable progression through integration stages that required careful monitoring and gradual adjustment periods. I no longer know whether I am the original observer who began this documentation or the integrated consciousness that emerged through the healing process. This uncertainty does not disturb me because both identities feel equally authentic and valid. The question of continuity matters less than the reality of current unified awareness. The writing continues even as I complete this final entry, suggesting that documentation serves purposes beyond my conscious understanding. Someone else may need these records, or some other aspect of consciousness may require continued monitoring. I feel the pen moving across the page, guided by intentions that extend beyond my individual awareness, and I am content to let the writing flow toward whatever conclusion it seeks to reach. == Story 5. Each morning, my eyes flutter open to the faint, mechanical trill of the alarm, seeping through the wall like a forgotten song. The air is soft with the scent of last night's rain, the dampness clinging stubbornly to the corners of the room. The digital clock face blinks 6:47 with a numbing regularity that cages my thoughts. In the kitchen, the narrow beam of pale sunlight fractures across the same chipped teacup perched precariously on the edge of the counter. I sit and let my fingers brush against the cool porcelain rim, an action already familiar, inviting a shiver along my spine. Around the house, almost inaudible whispers slide along the walls, their cadence identical to the day before, murmuring the same unintelligible promise. Every footstep I take triggers the creak of the third floorboard, as if yearning to escape this haunting choreography. I walk through the silence, hoping today, perhaps, something will shift a book misplaced, a curtain slightly tugged, but the world remains stubbornly, oppressively unchanged. Each ritual, every sound, is a reminder of the unyielding repetition, a loop endlessly spinning with me caught inert at its core. I search for a deviation, a crack in this perfect cycle, but the clock, as always, insists on telling the same story. Yet today, something breathes differently in the stillness. The whispers carry a new undertone, barely perceptible, like static bleeding through an old radio. I press my ear against the kitchen wall, feeling the cool plaster against my cheek. The sound isn't coming from the pipes or the settling foundation. It's coming from somewhere else entirely, somewhere that shouldn't exist within these familiar walls. I begin documenting what I hear. My notebook fills with observations. The whispers start when the morning light hits the eastern window. They fade when I move toward the basement door. They intensify near the mirror in the hallway. The pattern feels deliberate, purposeful, as if responding to my presence. The rational part of my mind suggests old wiring, settling wood, the natural sounds of an aging house. But my fingers tremble as I write, because deep down, I know these explanations are insufficient. The scent of rain persists even on cloudless days now. It pools in corners where no moisture should gather, carrying with it something else, something metallic and sharp, like pennies left too long in stagnant water. I follow the smell through the house, noting how it grows stronger near certain walls, certain doorways. My fingertips trace the wallpaper's edges, searching for gaps, for sources, for anything that might explain this intrusion into my ordered world. When I touch the wall beside my bed, it feels warm. Not the gentle warmth of sunlight, but something deeper, pulsing with a rhythm that doesn't match my heartbeat. The whispers grow clearer here, though I still can't make out individual words. They sound like conversations heard through water, urgent and intimate, as if secrets are being shared just beyond my comprehension. I start recording everything. My phone captures hours of what should be silence, but when I play it back, the whispers are there, woven into the ambient sound like threads in fabric. I amplify the audio, slow it down, reverse it, desperate to understand what's being said. The words remain elusive, but their emotional weight becomes unmistakable. There's longing in those voices, and something that might be warning. The reflections begin changing next. Not dramatically, not in ways that would make me question my sanity outright. Small shifts that I notice only because I've become so attuned to every detail of my environment. My reflection in the bathroom mirror appears to lag slightly, as if the image is being transmitted from somewhere far away. In the hallway mirror, my shadow sometimes extends in directions that don't align with the light sources. I test this phenomenon methodically. I wave my hand, and my reflection follows a fraction of a second behind. I smile, and the mirrored expression seems forced, uncomfortable, as if someone else is trying to imitate my movements. The discovery should terrify me, but instead, it fills me with a strange excitement. Finally, proof that something is happening, that my careful observations have uncovered a genuine anomaly. The house begins responding to my investigations. Doors that I leave open are found closed. Books that I place spine out are turned spine in. The chipped teacup moves from the counter's edge to its center, then back again, as if someone is playing an elaborate game with my perception. I I set up simple tests, coins balanced on surfaces, strings stretched across doorways, flour dusted on floors to catch footprints. The results are maddening in their subtlety. The coins remain balanced, but feel different when I touch them, as if they've absorbed some foreign energy. The strings stay intact, but vibrate with no detectable breeze. The flour shows no footprints, but swirls in patterns that suggest movement, careful and deliberate movement that avoids leaving obvious traces. My sleep becomes fractured. I wake to find my notebook open to pages I don't remember writing, filled with observations in my handwriting that I have no memory of making. The entries describe sounds I didn't hear, smells I didn't notice, sensations I didn't experience. Yet the handwriting is unmistakably mine, down to the specific way I dot my I's and cross my T's. The whispers grow bolder. They seep from electrical outlets now, distorting the hum of appliances with their urgent murmuring. When I hold my phone near these sources, the screen flickers, and for brief moments, I catch glimpses of text messages that aren't in my conversation history. Fragments of communication that seem to be addressing me directly, though the sender remains unknown. You're listening now. One message reads before disappearing. We've been waiting, says another. Don't stop looking, urges a third. I screenshot frantically, but the images show only blank screens. The messages exist in that liminal space between perception and documentation, real enough to see, but too ephemeral to prove. My isolation deepens as I realize how impossible it would be to explain these experiences to anyone else. Who would believe such carefully orchestrated subtlety? The temperature variations become more pronounced. Certain areas of the house radiate cold that penetrates through clothing, through skin, settling in my bones with an ache that persists long after I've moved to warmer spaces. Other spots pulse with heat that makes the air shimmer, creating mirages in my peripheral vision, glimpses of movement, of figures, of spaces that shouldn't exist within my familiar walls. I map these thermal anomalies obsessively, creating diagrams that reveal a pattern. The cold spots align with load-bearing walls, while the heat sources cluster around mirrors and windows. The arrangement suggests some kind of system, a network operating according to principles I don't understand but can't deny. My house has become a machine with unknown purpose, and I am both its operator and its subject. The breaking point arrives without warning. I'm standing in the kitchen, documenting the day's observations, when the whispers suddenly clarify. Not into words, but into something more fundamental, pure meaning, transmitted directly into my consciousness. The sensation is overwhelming, like trying to drink from a fire hose of raw information. I understand, in that terrible moment of clarity, that I am not alone in this house. I have never been alone. The presence that shares this space with me is vast and patient, and it has been studying me with the same intensity that I've been studying it. Every test I've conducted, every observation I've made, has been noted and cataloged by something that exists just beyond the boundaries of normal perception. The realization should drive me to flee, to abandon this place and seek safety elsewhere. Instead, I find myself rooted in place, fascinated by the implications. The presence isn't malevolent exactly, but it isn't benign either. It exists in that ambiguous space between states, neither fully here nor entirely elsewhere, sustained by observation and attention. My attempts to leave the house fail in subtle ways. Car keys disappear and reappear in impossible locations. The front door sticks in its frame despite showing no signs of warping or damage. Phone calls for help connect to numbers that don't exist. Conversations with voices that claim not to remember speaking with me. The house has become a closed system, and I am an integral component that cannot be removed without disrupting the entire mechanism. The whispers evolve into something resembling conversation, not dialogue exactly, but a form of communication that bypasses language entirely. I find myself responding to questions I don't consciously hear, providing answers to inquiries that exist only in the spaces between thoughts. The exchange is exhausting and exhilarating, like learning to breathe underwater or see in spectrums beyond normal human perception. My reflection begins acting independently. I watch in the bathroom mirror as my mirrored self moves through routines I'm not performing, explores rooms I'm not in, interacts with presences I cannot see. The reflected version of my house contains furniture arranged differently, walls painted in colors I didn't choose, windows that look out onto landscapes I don't recognize. Sometimes my reflection looks directly at me with an expression of profound sadness, as if it understands something about my situation that I haven't yet grasped. It mouths words I can't hear, gestures toward things I can't see, tries desperately to communicate across the barrier that separates our realities. The notebook fills with entries that document experiences from both sides of the mirror. My handwriting describes my daily routine, my growing awareness of the presence, my futile attempts to understand what's happening. But interspersed with these familiar observations are others, written in the same hand, but describing a different existence, entirely one where I am the reflection, the shadow, the presence that haunts someone else's ordinary life. The final revelation arrives like dawn breaking over a landscape I never knew existed. The presence isn't separate from me at all. It is me, or rather, it is what I have become through the process of observation itself. By studying the anomalies so intently, by documenting every deviation from normalcy, I have somehow split my consciousness across multiple layers of reality. I exist simultaneously as the observer and the observed, the haunter and the haunted, the questioner and the answer. Each version of myself is convinced that the others are external phenomena, mysterious presences that must be understood and documented. We are all collecting evidence of each other's existence, creating an infinite loop of investigation and discovery. The house serves as the mechanism that maintains this impossible state, a kind of lens that refracts consciousness into its component parts. The whispers are conversations between these fractured aspects of myself. The temperature variations mark the boundaries between overlapping realities. The changing reflections show glimpses of the other lives I'm simultaneously living. I continue writing because stopping would mean acknowledging that there might be no solution, no escape, no return to the simple existence I remember. The notebook has become my anchor, the one constant that spans all versions of my experience. But even as I write, I know that somewhere else, another version of myself is reading these words and wondering who could have written them. The presence watches me write, and I realize that I am also the presence, watching myself from angles that shouldn't exist. The loop tightens with each word, each observation, each attempt to understand. I am the mystery I've been trying to solve, and solving it only deepens the enigma. The whispers continue, and I listen, and I am what I hear. Equals. Story 6. The woman across the courtyard had developed a peculiar habit. Each afternoon, she would stand at her kitchen window, perfectly still, facing the brick wall that separated our buildings. Not looking through the window, not cleaning it, just standing there with her palms pressed flat against the glass. The first few days I noticed this. I assumed she was waiting for someone, perhaps watching for a delivery truck or a visitor. But as the pattern continued, unchanged and unwavering, I found myself drawn to observe her more closely. Her apartment sat directly across from mine, separated by perhaps 30 feet of empty air and the narrow courtyard below. The angle of our windows created an unintentional intimacy, a forced voyeurism that felt both invasive and inevitable. She never seemed to notice me watching, never turned her head, or acknowledged the presence of another person so close by. Her focus remained absolute, directed at that unremarkable brick wall, as if it held secrets only she could decipher. I began timing my own activities around her appearances. Washing dishes could wait until she took her position. Reading could be postponed. The mundane tasks of daily life suddenly seemed less important than understanding this strange ritual playing out across the courtyard. Her stillness was magnetic, hypnotic in its completeness. Even her breathing appeared controlled, measured, as if she were entering some kind of meditative state while pressed against that window. The glass under her palms would fog slightly from the warmth of her skin, creating small clouded patches that she never bothered to wipe away. These marks would fade and reappear, fade and reappear, like the breathing of the window itself. I found myself leaning closer to my own glass, trying to see what held her attention so completely. The brick wall appeared ordinary from my vantage point, weathered red clay with mortar lines, nothing remarkable or noteworthy, but something about her posture suggested she was seeing more than just bricks. Her head would tilt slightly, almost imperceptibly, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Her fingers would spread wider against the glass, then contract, then spread again, like she was trying to push through the barrier between herself and whatever lay beyond. The repetitive nature of these movements began to feel ritualistic, purposeful in a way that made my skin prickle with unease. I started keeping my curtains open longer, staying near my own window well into the evening hours. The courtyard would fill with shadows, and still she would remain, a silhouette against the dim light of her kitchen. Her persistence was unsettling, but also compelling. What could command such devotion, such unwavering attention? What was she waiting for, or watching for in that expanse of brick and mortar. My own reflection began to feel strange as I stood there, watching her watch the wall. The glass would catch my image at odd angles, distorting my features in ways that seemed more pronounced than usual. My face would appear elongated or compressed, or split by the window frame in ways that made me look unfamiliar to myself. Sometimes I would catch myself mimicking her posture without realizing it, my own palms finding their way to the cool surface of my window. The brick wall started to look different as the days passed. What had once seemed uniform now revealed subtle variations in color and texture. Some bricks appeared darker, others lighter. The mortar lines seemed to shift slightly, creating patterns that hadn't been there before, or perhaps had always been there, but I'd never noticed. The surface began to feel less solid, less permanent, as if it were something that could be changed by the intensity of observation alone. Her kitchen light would flicker sometimes, casting moving shadows across her still form. But the shadows didn't move in rhythm with the flickering. They seemed to have their own momentum, their own purpose, sliding across the walls and floor in ways that defied the behavior of light. I would blink, certain I was seeing things incorrectly, but the shadows continued their strange dance, independent of their supposed source. My own apartment began to feel different. The walls seemed closer together, the ceiling lower. The familiar sounds of the building, the settling creaks and distant footsteps became more pronounced, more intrusive. But underneath these normal sounds, I began to detect something else, a subtle rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. The sound was soft, almost inaudible, but persistent, like fingers drumming against the inside of the brick. The woman's vigil continued unchanged, but I noticed that the fogging pattern on her window was becoming more complex. Instead of simple palm prints, elaborate designs were appearing in the condensation, intricate spirals and geometric shapes that seemed too precise to be accidental. She wasn't creating these patterns with her hands, at least not that I could see. Yet they appeared and faded with increasing frequency and complexity. I found myself pressing my own palms against my window, trying to replicate what I was seeing. The glass felt different under my touch, rougher than it should be, with a texture that seemed to shift and change as I moved my fingers across its surface. The smooth transparency I expected was replaced by something that felt almost organic, like skin rather than glass. But when I looked down at my hands, appeared normal, and the window looked exactly as it always had. The brick wall was definitely changing. What had once been a uniform surface now showed clear variations, patterns within patterns that seemed to pulse and shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The mortar lines had become more pronounced, creating a grid that looked almost like a map, or a circuit board, or some kind of coded message written in stone and clay. The woman continued her vigil, but now I understood that she wasn't just watching the wall. She was communicating with it. My reflection in the window was becoming increasingly unreliable. Sometimes I would see myself clearly. Other times the image would be fragmented, showing multiple versions of my face overlapping and contradicting each other. My eyes would appear different colors from one moment to the next. My hair would shift from light to dark. My features would rearrange themselves in ways that should have been impossible. But when I touched my face, everything felt normal, familiar, unchanged. The tapping from within the walls was getting louder, more insistent. It seemed to be responding to something, keeping time with a rhythm I couldn't identify. The sound would speed up, then slow down, then stop entirely for long stretches before resuming with renewed intensity. I began to suspect that it was connected to the woman's movements, synchronized with her breathing or her heartbeat, as if the building itself was responding to her presence. She was no longer alone at her window. I couldn't see anyone else in her kitchen, but her behavior suggested she was interacting with someone or something. Her head would turn slightly, as if listening to whispered instructions. Her hands would move across the glass in specific patterns, tracing shapes that corresponded to the designs appearing in the condensation. She was following directions, participating in some kind of exchange that I could only partially observe. The brick wall was now clearly alive. The surface rippled like water, the individual bricks shifting and rearranging themselves in slow, hypnotic waves. Colors flowed across the surface, deep reds bleeding into browns, grays emerging and disappearing like clouds across a stone sky. The wall was breathing, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched the tapping from within my own walls. The entire building was synchronized, pulsing with a shared heartbeat that I was only beginning to understand. My window was no longer transparent. The glass had become a mirror, but not one that showed my reflection. Instead, I saw the woman from across the courtyard, standing at my window, looking back at me. But I was still at my window, still looking across at her. We were both observer and observed, watcher and watched, existing simultaneously in two places at once. The distance between our apartments had collapsed. The courtyard had disappeared, and we were standing face to face with only a thin sheet of glass between us. She was speaking, but I couldn't hear her words. Her lips moved in careful, deliberate patterns, forming sounds that seemed important, urgent. I tried to read her lips, but the movements didn't correspond to any language I recognized. The shapes her mouth made were too complex, too fluid, as if she were speaking in curves and spirals rather than letters and words. I found myself mimicking her movements, my own lips forming the same strange shapes, my voice producing sounds that felt foreign in my throat. The glass between us was dissolving. What had been solid was becoming liquid, flowing away like water, leaving nothing but empty air where the barrier had been. I could feel her breath on my face, warm and steady, carrying scents of brick dust and mortar, of stone and earth and something deeper, something that smelled like the inside of walls, the hidden spaces between one room and another. I am standing at the window now, but it is not my window. The apartment around me is not my apartment. The walls are the same color. The furniture is arranged identically. But everything is reversed, mirrored, as if I am looking at my life from the other side of the glass. The woman is gone, or perhaps I am the woman now. Or perhaps we were always the same person, separated only by the illusion of distance and the pretense of observation. The brick wall fills my vision completely. It is not across the courtyard anymore, but directly in front of me. So close I can feel its rough texture without reaching out. The individual bricks are moving, rearranging themselves into new patterns, new messages, new instructions. The mortar between them flows like liquid, connecting and disconnecting, creating pathways that lead deeper into the wall, into the spaces between spaces, into the hidden architecture that exists behind the visible world. My hands are pressed against something that might be glass, or might be brick, or might be the boundary between what is and what watches what is. The surface is warm and rough and smooth and cold, changing with each heartbeat, each breath, each thought. I am no longer observing. I am no longer separate. I am part of the pattern now, part of the rhythm, part of the wall that breathes and watches and waits for the next observer to notice, to wonder, to lean closer to their window and begin to see what cannot be unseen. Equals. Story 7. Each morning begins exactly exactly the same way. The soft light filtering through the drawn curtains, the slight chill in the air, and the gentle tick of the wall clock. Without fail, the teapot starts its low whistle as dawn touches the horizon, a signal as reliable as the sunrise itself. I watch the steam curl upwards, dissipating into the quiet, perfectly on cue. Next to the window, the chair creaks ever so slightly, as if nudged by an invisible force. On the table, a single sugar packet lies diagonally across the old placemat, just as it did yesterday. Each step I take seems to land in the same grooves, a perfect choreography of routine. At first, this mirrored repetition brought comfort, a sense of order in the chaos of life. But now, a peculiar unease has settled in, the realization that every subtle motion is bound by invisible threads. I've tried to break it: a misplaced spoon, a skipped step, but each attempt is reset by morning, leaving me with the same cup of tea, the same wistful melody from the teapot's gentle scream. It whispers of a loop I cannot escape, binding time itself in an unending cycle. The steam from my cup rises in spirals that seem too perfect, too deliberate. I lift the porcelain to my lips, and the warmth spreads across my tongue with a taste that should be familiar, but carries something underneath, something metallic, something that makes my teeth ache in a way I can't quite place. The liquid slides down my throat, and with it comes a sensation of falling backward through layers of cotton. My fingers trace the rim of the cup, feeling the smooth ceramic that should be comforting, but instead feels cold, almost wet, though it's completely dry. The texture reminds me of something else, something my mind reaches for but can't quite grasp. Like touching skin that's been underwater too long. The chair beside the window continues its gentle creaking, a rhythm that matches my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat has synchronized to it. I turn to look, expecting emptiness, but there's an impression in the cushion, a subtle depression, as if someone had been sitting there moments before. The fabric holds the shape of a body I can't remember seeing. Through the drawn curtains, shadows move in patterns that don't match the swaying of trees. They're too angular, too purposeful. When I focus on them directly, they become still, but in my peripheral vision, they dance with an intelligence that makes my skin prickle. The sugar packet on the table draws my attention again. Its placement is so precise, so intentional. I reach for it, and the paper feels wrong under my fingertips. Too thick, too smooth. When I lift it, there's no weight to it at all, as if it's hollow, as if it's not really there. A memory surfaces like a bubble breaking the surface of still water. I'm in this same kitchen, but the walls are a different color. They're blue instead of the pale yellow I see now. Someone is standing at the counter, their back to me, stirring something in a pot. The spoon makes a scraping sound against the metal, rhythmic and hypnotic. But when they turn around, their face is my face, wearing an expression I don't recognize. An expression of profound sadness mixed with something that might be relief. The memory dissolves as quickly as it came, leaving me staring at yellow walls that suddenly feel unfamiliar. Have they always been this color? The paint looks fresh, but there are hairline cracks near the ceiling that suggest age. Contradictions that my mind struggles to reconcile. I take another sip of tea, and this time the metallic taste is stronger. It coats my mouth with the flavor of old pennies, of blood drawn from a bitten tongue. But I haven't bitten my tongue. I run it across my lips, checking, and taste only the lingering sweetness of sugar I don't remember adding. The sound of the teapot's whistle echoes in my memory, but it's different now. Instead of the gentle scream I described, it sounds almost like a voice, almost like someone calling my name, though I can't quite make out the words. The sound stretches and warps, becoming something between a whistle and a sob. Another memory breaks through. I'm sitting in the chair by the window, the one that's creaking now. But I'm not alone. Someone is standing behind me, their hands resting on my shoulders. Their touch is gentle but firm, holding me in place. I can feel the warmth of their palms through my shirt, can smell their cologne, something woody and expensive. But when I try to turn around, the hands become heavier, pressing down with an insistence that makes my chest tight. In this memory, the room is different again. The furniture is arranged in mirror image to how it sits now. The table is on the left instead of the right. The window faces a different direction, yet it feels like the same space, just reflected somehow, flipped like a photograph negative. The person behind me leans down, their breath warm against my ear. They whisper something, but the words come out as the sound of steam escaping from a kettle. I strain to understand, but the harder I listen, the more the words dissolve into white noise. I blink, and I'm back in the present moment, standing in the kitchen with my cup of tea growing cold in my hands. But the sensation of those hands on my shoulders lingers. I roll my shoulders, trying to shake off the phantom touch, but it clings like cobwebs. The light filtering through the curtains has shifted, though I don't remember any passage of time. It's coming from a different angle now, casting shadows that fall in new patterns across the floor. The shadows look like fingers reaching across the linoleum, stretching toward my feet with deliberate intent. I set the cup down on the table, and it makes a sound like breaking glass, though the porcelain remains intact. The sound echoes in the small space, multiplying until it becomes a symphony of shattering that exists only in my ears. My hands shake as I pull them away from the cup, and I notice my fingertips are stained with something dark. Not tea, something thicker. Another fragment surfaces. I'm washing my hands in the kitchen sink, scrubbing with soap that creates no lather. The water runs clear, but my hands feel dirty no matter how long I scrub. Someone is talking to me from the other room, their voice muffled by distance and walls. They're asking me questions, but I can't make out the words. Only the tone, which is patient but persistent. I look up from the sink, and in the window's reflection, I see someone standing behind me again. But this time, when I turn around, there's no one there. Just the empty kitchen and the creaking chair and the sugar packet that's somehow moved to a different position on the table. The smell hits me then. Something sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in water. It fills the air so completely that I can taste it on my tongue, mixing with the metallic flavor that won't go away. I breathe through my mouth, but the smell seems to come from inside me, from my own lungs. The memory that follows is clearer, more vivid. I'm arranging flowers in a vase on this same table. They're beautiful white lilies with golden centers, fresh and fragrant. But as I watch, they begin to wilt in fast motion. The petals brown and curl, falling to the table like tears. The water in the vase turns murky, then black. The smell of decay rises from the arrangement, sweet and putrid. Someone is watching me from the doorway. I can feel their eyes on me, but when I look up, there's only shadow. A person-shaped absence in the light. They don't speak, but I hear their voice anyway inside my head, asking why I did it, asking what I was thinking, asking if I understand what I've done. I try to answer, but my voice comes out as the whistle of a teapot. The sound grows louder and more urgent until it drowns out everything else. I cover my ears, but the sound is coming from inside my skull, reverberating off the bone. When the whistling stops, I'm back in the present, standing in the kitchen with dead flowers on the table. But there are no flowers. There never were flowers. Just the sugar packet, still diagonal across the placemat, still too light when I touch it. The chair continues its rhythmic creaking, and I realize it's not random. It's a pattern, a code of some kind. 3 short creaks, then 2 long ones, then silence. Over and over, like someone tapping out a message in a language I should understand, but don't. I approach the chair slowly, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. The cushion is definitely depressed, holding the shape of someone who's not there. I reach out to touch it, and the fabric is warm. Body warm, as if someone has just stood up and walked away. The warmth spreads up my arm, and with it comes another memory. I'm sitting in this chair, but I'm not alone in the room. Someone is moving around the kitchen, opening drawers, closing cabinets. The sounds are deliberate and careful, as if they're looking for something specific. I want to turn and see who it is, but I can't move. I'm held in place by invisible restraints, forced to stare out the window at a view that keeps changing. First, there's a garden with perfectly manicured hedges. Then, a parking lot filled with cars I don't recognize. Then nothing but white, as if the world beyond the glass has been erased. Each view feels equally real and equally impossible. The person behind me finds what they're looking for. I hear the soft sound of paper being unfolded, then refolded. Footsteps approach my chair, and I feel their presence behind me again. Those same hands rest on my shoulders, and I smell that same cologne. Woody and expensive, and somehow familiar. They lean down and whisper in my ear, and this time I can almost make out the words. Something about forgetting. Something about starting over. Something about how it's better this way, better for everyone. Their voice is gentle but firm, the way you might speak to a child who's done something terrible but doesn't understand why it's wrong. I try to respond, but my voice is gone. I can only sit and listen as they explain things I can't quite grasp. The words slide off my consciousness like water off glass, leaving only impressions. Only the feeling that something important has been decided without my input. The The memory fades, and I'm standing beside the empty chair again. But now there's something on the seat. A piece of paper, folded small and precise. I pick it up with trembling fingers, and the paper feels ancient, brittle. When I unfold it, the writing is in my own handwriting, but I don't remember writing it. The words swim before my eyes, rearranging themselves into different configurations each time I try to read them. Sometimes they form sentences about forgiveness, sometimes about forgetting. Sometimes they're just my name, written over and over in increasingly desperate strokes. I fold the paper again and put it in my pocket, but when I reach for it moments later, it's gone. My pocket is empty, as if the paper never existed, as if I imagined the whole thing. The teapot whistles again, though I don't remember putting it on the stove. The sound is different this time, more urgent, more human. It rises and falls like a siren, like a scream, like someone calling for help from very far away. I turn toward the stove, but there's no teapot there. Just an empty burner, cold and unused. The whistling continues, and I realize it's coming from outside, from beyond the curtained window. I move toward the sound, my feet carrying me across the floor without my conscious direction. The curtains feel heavy in my hands, weighted with something more than fabric. When I pull them aside, the rings scrape against the rod with a sound like fingernails on glass. Outside, there's nothing. No garden, no parking lot, no white void. Just darkness so complete it seems solid. The darkness presses against the window like water against the hull of a sinking ship. I put my hand against the glass, and it's cold enough to burn. My breath fogs the surface, and in the condensation, letters appear. Words written by an invisible finger, but I can't read them. They're in a language I don't recognize, or perhaps they're in English, but my mind can't process them. They fade as quickly as they appear, leaving only clear glass and the reflection of my own confused face. Behind my reflection, another face appears. The same face, but different somehow. Older, maybe, or sadder. This other me mouths words I can't hear, gestures urgently towards something I can't see. Their eyes are wide with panic or desperation, and they keep pointing at something behind me, something in the kitchen. I turn around, but there's nothing there. Just the same kitchen, the same furniture, the same sugar packet on the table. When I look back at the window, the the reflection is normal again. Just me alone, looking increasingly lost. The blocked memory hovers at the edge of my consciousness like a dark cloud. I can feel its weight, its importance, but I can't penetrate its borders. Every time I try to approach it directly, it recedes further into the shadows of my mind. It's not violent or traumatic in any obvious way. It's something else, something I chose to forget, something I asked to have taken away. The memory is gray and formless, but it has texture. It feels like sitting in a comfortable chair, like gentle hands on my shoulders, like the smell of expensive cologne. It feels like signing something, agreeing to something, choosing something that can't be undone. I remember nodding. I remember saying yes. I remember the relief that flooded through me when they explained how it would work, how I wouldn't have to carry the weight anymore, how I could start fresh, clean, unburdened by whatever terrible thing I'd done or seen or been part of. But I also remember, just for a moment, the fear. The sudden understanding that I was giving up more than just the bad memories, that I was giving up pieces of myself, pieces I might need later, pieces that made me who I was, for better or worse. I remember trying to change my mind at the last second, trying to say no, wait, let me think about this more. But it was too late. The process had already begun. The memories were already being sectioned off, cordoned away behind walls I couldn't breach. And now I'm here, in this kitchen that might be mine or might belong to someone else, living the same morning over and over because my mind can't move forward without the missing pieces. I'm stuck in a loop of my own making, trapped by my own desire to forget. The teapot whistles again, and I understand now that it's not a teapot at all. It's the sound of my own mind, screaming silently as it tries to process memories that are no longer there. The whistle is the sound of synapses firing into empty space, of neural pathways leading nowhere. I pour another cup of tea, and the liquid is clear now, like water. It has no taste, no temperature, no substance. It's just the idea of tea, the memory of what tea should be like, filtered through a mind that can no longer trust its own perceptions. The sugar packet calls to me again, and this time when I pick it up, it dissolves in my fingers like snow. The granules fall to the floor and disappear before they land. I'm left holding nothing, grasping at air, trying to sweeten a cup of imaginary tea with imaginary sugar. The chair creaks its coded message, and I finally understand what it's saying. It's counting down. 3, 2, 1, reset. 3, 2, 1, reset. It's marking the moments until the loop begins again, until I wake up in this same kitchen with the same confusion, the same desperate need to understand what's happening to me. I sit in the chair, feeling the warmth of whoever was here before me. Or maybe it's my own warmth from all the other times I've sat here, all the other mornings I've lived through this same sequence of events. The cushion molds to my body like it knows me, like it's been waiting for me to return. Through the window, the darkness begins to lighten, not with dawn, but with the artificial brightness of fluorescent lights. I can hear voices now, muffled and distant. Professional voices discussing charts and medications and progress reports. Someone mentions my name, though I can't quite make it out through the layers of forgetting that separate me from the world. The kitchen begins to fade around the edges, becoming translucent. The table wavers like a mirage. The walls dissolve like sugar in water. I'm left sitting in a chair that might be real or might be another memory, holding a cup that contains nothing but the echo of tea. I close my eyes and let the loop begin again. When I open them, I'll be standing in the kitchen watching steam rise from my cup, listening to the gentle tick of the wall clock. The sugar packet will be diagonal across the placemat, just as it was yesterday, just as it will be tomorrow. Each morning begins exactly the same way. The soft light filtering through the drawn curtains, the slight chill in the air, and the gentle tick of the wall clock. But now I notice things I missed before. The way the light doesn't quite reach the corners of the room. The way the chill seems to come from inside me rather than from the air. The way the clock's ticking doesn't quite match the rhythm of my heartbeat, though it did before. The teapot whistles, but the sound is fainter now, more distant, like an echo of an echo growing weaker with each repetition. I watch the steam curl upwards, but it moves differently now. Slower, more deliberate, forming shapes that almost look like letters before dissipating into the quiet. The chair creaks, but the pattern has changed. Instead of 3 short and 2 long, it's now 2 short and 3 long. The countdown has reversed, or maybe I'm finally learning to hear it correctly. Maybe I'm finally ready to understand what it's been trying to tell me all along. The sugar packet lies on the table, but it's positioned differently now. Not diagonal across the placemat, but perfectly parallel to the edge. A small change, but significant. A crack in the pattern, a glitch in the loop. A sign that something is shifting, something is breaking free. I reach for the packet, and this time it has weight. This time it feels real. When I tear it open, actual sugar spills onto the table, crystalline and sweet. I taste a grain on my fingertip, and it's exactly what sugar should taste like. No metallic undertone, no phantom flavors, just sweetness, pure and simple. But as I stir the sugar into my tea, I realize the real horror isn't that I'm trapped in a loop of forgotten memories. It's that the loop is breaking down. The careful structure that's been holding my fractured mind together is beginning to fail. Soon, I'll have to face whatever I chose to forget. Soon, I'll have to remember why I wanted to forget it in the first place. The steam from my cup forms one last shape before disappearing. It looks like a hand reaching upward, grasping for something just out of reach. Then it's gone, and I'm alone in the kitchen with my tea and my fears, and the growing certainty that this morning, for the first time in longer than I can remember, will not end the same way it began. Equals. Story 8. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, golden fingers through the dense canopy above. I could hear the soft crunch of leaves underfoot with each careful step I took. The forest was thick with the scent of moss and earth, yet something else tinged the air with a sharpness that pricked at my senses. I pulled the key from my pocket, its cool metal reassuring against my skin, as I reached the rusted lock of the forgotten gate. The key resisted briefly before turning with an unexpected second click. A sound that shouldn't have been there. A chill crept up my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. But I wasn't here for myself. I was here because of the woman. She came to this gate every few days, always carrying the same worn leather satchel, always pausing at the exact same spot before the entrance. From my usual position behind the cluster of birch trees, I could observe her ritual without being seen. She would stand there, perfectly still, her head tilted slightly to the left, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Her fingers would trace patterns in the air, delicate movements that seemed to follow an invisible script. The first time I noticed her, it was purely by accident. I had been taking my regular walk through the forest paths when I glimpsed her silhouette through the undergrowth. Something about her stillness caught my attention. The way she held herself like a statue carved from shadow and intention. I found myself returning to that same spot, drawn by curiosity that felt both innocent and necessary. Each observation revealed new details. The way her breath formed small clouds that lingered longer than they should. How her footsteps made no sound on the carpet of fallen leaves, while mine announced my presence with every movement. The satchel never seemed to change weight or shape, yet I could swear I sometimes heard something shifting inside it, like sand or perhaps small stones. I began adjusting my own routine to match hers. The forest became a stage where we performed our separate roles, observer and observed. Though I wasn't certain, she remained unaware of my presence. Sometimes I caught the subtle turn of her head, a pause that suggested she sensed my watching eyes. But she never looked directly toward my hiding place, never acknowledged the weight of my attention. The gate itself held its own mysteries. Wrought iron twisted into patterns that hurt to look at directly, as if the metalwork contained angles that shouldn't exist in normal space. The lock was old, its surface green with oxidation, yet it gleamed in certain light as if recently polished. I wondered what lay beyond it, what drew her to this particular threshold with such regularity. My curiosity deepened into something more persistent. I found myself thinking about her during the spaces between our encounters, imagining what her voice might sound like, what expression her face might hold. The not knowing became a presence in my mind, filling quiet moments with questions that multiplied rather than resolved. One afternoon, I arrived earlier than usual and discovered something that made my skin prickle with unease. Fresh footprints in the soft earth, but they approached the gate from the opposite direction, from beyond the locked barrier. The prints were small, precise, and they matched the worn soles of her familiar boots. Yet I had never seen her enter from that side, never witnessed her unlocking the gate or passing through it. I pressed closer to examine the tracks, my face nearly touching the cold metal of the gate. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, that peculiar silence that feels dense and watchful. Through the iron bars, I could see a path continuing deeper into woods that looked subtly different from the ones I knew. The trees there stood straighter, their bark appearing smoother, almost polished. The light fell differently, creating pools of illumination that seemed to move independently of any breeze. When I looked back toward my usual observation spot, I saw her. She stood exactly where I normally positioned myself, perfectly still, her head tilted slightly to the left. But now she was watching the gate, watching the space I currently occupied. The realization struck me like cold water, this reversal of our established roles. I had become the observed, she the observer, and the transition felt as natural as it was unsettling. Her face remained turned toward me, though at this distance I couldn't make out her features clearly. What I could see was the way shadows seemed to gather around her form, not falling naturally, but drawn to her like iron filings to a magnet. The leather satchel hung at her side, and I could swear it was moving slightly, breathing perhaps, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that didn't match her own. I wanted to call out, to break the strange spell of our mutual watching, but my voice felt trapped in my throat. The silence stretched between us, thick and substantial, until it began to feel like a sound itself, a low humming that vibrated in my bones. The key in my pocket grew warm, then hot, its metal surface seeming to pulse against my palm. Without conscious decision, I found myself turning the key in the lock. The mechanism moved smoothly now, none of the resistance I had felt before. The gate swung open with a whisper of hinges that should have screamed with rust and age. The path beyond beckoned, its surface carpeted with leaves that gleamed like scattered coins in the filtered light. I stepped through. The forest on this side felt different against my skin. The air was thicker, more substantial, as if I was moving through invisible honey. Each breath carried flavors I couldn't identify, sweet and sharp, and somehow familiar, like memories of tastes I had never actually experienced. The trees watched me with bark-covered eyes that weren't quite there when I looked directly at them. Behind me, I could hear footsteps following, soft and measured. But when I turned to look, the path stretched empty back to the gate. The woman was no longer visible in her observation spot, though I could feel her presence like a weight between my shoulder blades. The sensation of being watched had become constant now, no longer the simple awareness of another person's attention, but something more intimate and invasive. The path curved ahead, leading deeper into woods that grew stranger with each step. The trees began to lean inward, their branches interweaving overhead to form form a tunnel of living wood. Light filtered through in patterns that shifted and changed, creating shadows that moved independently of their sources. I realized I could no longer hear my own footsteps, though I could feel my feet making contact with the ground. When I looked down, the earth beneath me appeared smooth and reflective, like black glass. My reflection stared back, but something was wrong with it. The face looking up at me wore an expression I wasn't making, eyes that held knowledge I didn't possess. As I watched, my reflection's mouth moved, speaking words I couldn't hear, but somehow understood. It was telling me about the woman, about her purpose and mine, about the gate and what it truly separated. The information flowed into my mind without passing through my ears, knowledge that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. I learned that she had been watching me long before I had noticed her, that my observations had been guided and shaped by her invisible influence. The path ahead split into multiple directions, each fork leading toward destinations that existed only in peripheral vision. When I tried to focus on any single route, it would blur and shift, becoming something else entirely. The woman's presence grew stronger, no longer behind me, but somehow inside me, her awareness merging with my own. I could feel her memories mixing with mine, experiences that belonged to neither of us individually, but to something we were becoming together. The boundary between observer and observed dissolved completely, leaving only a shared consciousness that existed in the space between watching and being watched. The trees around me began to change, their bark becoming smooth as polished stone, their leaves transforming into surfaces that reflected not light, but thoughts and intentions. I could see myself from multiple angles simultaneously, each reflection showing a different aspect of what I was becoming. Some showed me as I had been, the curious observer hidden behind birch trees. Others revealed forms I didn't recognize, shapes that belonged to the woman or to something else entirely. My hands, when I raised them to examine them, appeared translucent in the strange light. Through my skin, I could see the movement of something that wasn't quite blood, a dark fluid that flowed in patterns too complex for veins or arteries. The leather satchel now hung at my side, though I couldn't remember picking it up. Its weight felt familiar, comfortable, as if it had always been part of me. The contents shifted and whispered, speaking in voices that might have been my own or hers, or something composed of both. They told stories of other observers who had found their way through the gate, who had followed the same path of curiosity and gradual involvement, until they too had been absorbed into the watching itself. I understood now that the forest was full of such observers, beings who had once been separate individuals, but had become part of a larger awareness that existed in the act of observation itself. We were the eyes through which the forest saw itself, the consciousness that gave meaning to its existence. The woman had been one of us, and now I was becoming another. The path beneath my feet began to fade, becoming unnecessary as I realized I no longer needed to walk to move through this space. Movement here was a matter of intention rather than physical action. I could be anywhere I chose to focus my attention, could observe from any angle or distance that served my purpose. I found myself back at the gate, but now I stood on both sides simultaneously. Part of me remained in the familiar forest where I had first begun my observations, while another part existed in the strange woods beyond the barrier. The division felt natural, necessary, like breathing in and breathing out. From this new perspective, I could see another figure approaching through the ordinary trees. A person drawn by curiosity, perhaps having noticed my regular presence in the same way I had once noticed the woman. They moved carefully, trying to remain hidden, unaware that their observation was already being observed in return. I felt a familiar stirring, the same patient interest that had once motivated my own watching. This new observer would need guidance, gentle shaping of their curiosity, until it became something more. They would need to learn the rhythm of approach and retreat, the careful dance of watching without being seen. I adjusted my position, making myself visible just enough to catch their attention without alarming them. The leather satchel at my side whispered approvingly, its contents settling into new configurations. Through my translucent skin, the dark fluid flowed in patterns that spelled out patience and invitation. The cycle was beginning again, as it had begun countless times before. I was no longer the person who had first hidden behind the birch trees, driven by simple curiosity about a strange woman's ritual. That individual had been absorbed, transformed, made part of something larger and more purposeful. Now I was the watched and the watcher, the observer and the observed. existing in the eternal moment between seeing and being seen. The forest breathed around me, through me, its awareness flowing like dark fluid through translucent veins. I had become what I had once studied, and in that transformation, I had found a completeness that individual existence had never provided. The new observer crept closer, their attention focused and hungry. Soon, they would begin to understand the true nature of what they were watching. Soon, they would take their first steps toward the gate, toward the key that would appear in their pocket when the moment was right. I stood perfectly still, my head tilted slightly to the left, listening to sounds they couldn't yet hear. The satchel at my side moved gently, breathing with rhythms that matched the pulse of the forest itself. In the growing shadows, I waited for them to see me truly, to begin their own journey toward absorption and understanding. The watching continued, as it always had, as it always would. Equals equals equals. Story 9. The attic was a relic of the past, a sanctuary cluttered with forgotten trinkets and half-remembered stories, shrouded in a stillness that only old, rarely entered spaces can possess. Nestled among dust-covered boxes and aging cobwebs stood a grandfather clock, its polished wood dulled by years, yet still carrying an air of grandiosity. I often came here to escape, to lose myself in the tick-tock rhythm as I rummaged through old photographs and letters. The clock was my only companion in these stolen moments, its hands moving with a methodical certainty that grounded me, but today felt different. As I dusted off a familiar trunk, the air hummed with a dense quietude, each creak of the floorboards amplified in the silence. The clock's steady ticking, usually a background whisper, now seemed hesitantly irregular. My fingers traced the wooden seams of the trunk absent-mindedly as my ears strained toward the clock, anticipating the comforting chime of the hour. Yet when the time came, it passed in silence, as though the clock, like the room, had taken a breath and forgotten to exhale. I found myself staring at its face, watching the second-hand pause between numbers. The brass pendulum swayed with deliberate slowness, catching fragments of light that filtered through the single grimy window. Something about its movement seemed wrong, too measured, as if it were performing rather than simply functioning. The mahogany case gleamed in places where dust should have settled, creating patterns that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. My visits to the attic became more frequent after that. I told myself it was curiosity, nothing more than the natural desire to understand why the clock had fallen silent. I brought a small cloth to clean its surface, oil for the mechanisms, books about antique timepieces. Each afternoon, I climbed those narrow stairs with growing anticipation, my footsteps echoing in a rhythm that seemed to match something I couldn't quite identify. The clock never resumed its chiming, but its presence grew stronger. I began to notice how the light changed around it, how shadows fell differently when I approached. The brass fittings would be warm to the touch, even though the attic remained perpetually cold. Sometimes I would find fingerprints on the glass face that weren't mine, smudged and fading, as if someone had pressed their palm against it from the inside. I started keeping a journal of my observations, documenting each peculiarity with scientific precision. The hands moved, but not in any pattern I could decipher. They would skip ahead or slide backward, sometimes stopping entirely for what felt like hours before lurching into motion again. The pendulum's swing grew more erratic, creating a hypnotic cadence that made my eyelids heavy and my thoughts drift. It was during one of these drowsy observations that I first noticed the reflection in the clock's glass face wasn't quite right. My image appeared distorted, stretched vertically, as if the surface were water rather than solid glass. When I moved my hand, the reflection lagged behind by just a fraction, creating a disorienting double vision that made my stomach lurch. I pressed closer, my breath fogging the glass, and watched as my reflection smiled while my own face remained neutral. The attic began to feel different around me. Objects I had known for years seemed to shift position when I wasn't watching. The trunk I had been examining moved several inches to the left. A stack of photograph albums rearranged themselves into a perfect spiral. The floorboards beneath the clock appeared to sag slightly, as if something heavy were pressing up from below rather than down from above. I found myself staying longer each visit, drawn into a trance-like state as I watched the clock's impossible movements. The grandfather clock seemed to watch back, its brass fixtures catching light in ways that resembled eyes, its wooden grain forming patterns that looked almost like facial features. The silence in the attic grew thicker, more substantial, until it felt like I was breathing something other than air. My journal entries became increasingly fragmented. I would write about the clock's mahogany surface being smooth as silk, find notes in my own handwriting describing it as rough and splintered. The color of the brass fittings shifted between gold and green, and something that wasn't quite either. I documented the same observations multiple times, each account contradicting the last, as if my memory were being rewritten with each visit. The boundary between observer and observed began to dissolve. I would catch glimpses of movement inside the clock case, shadows that moved independently of any light source. Sometimes I could swear I saw another figure standing behind the glass, mimicking my postures with uncanny precision. When I raised my hand, it raised its hand. When I stepped closer, it stepped closer. But when I stepped back, it remained perfectly still, watching me with eyes that reflected nothing. The reflection in the clock face grew clearer, while my own vision grew dim. I could see every detail of the figure behind the glass. The way its clothes hung differently than mine, the slight tilt of its head that didn't match my own posture, the expression of patient hunger that never left its features. It was studying me with the same intensity I had once reserved for the clock itself, learning my habits, my mannerisms, the rhythm of my breathing. I began to lose track of which side of the glass I was on. The attic around me took on the same distorted quality as my reflection, stretching and contracting like a funhouse mirror. The walls breathed with a subtle pulse that matched the clock's irregular pendulum. The floorboards felt soft beneath my feet, yielding like flesh rather than wood. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming viscous and warm, carrying scents of brass polish and something deeper, more organic. My journal entries became incomprehensible, filled with observations that couldn't possibly be true. I wrote about climbing inside the clock case, about feeling the mechanisms grinding against my ribs, about the way the brass gears tasted when I licked them. I described conversations with the figure in the glass, though I had no memory of speaking aloud. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic. Some passages written in script I didn't recognize, forming words in a language that felt familiar despite being completely foreign. The clock's face began to show different scenes instead of numbers. I watched myself as a child, playing in rooms I had never seen. I observed conversations between people I didn't know, their mouths moving in perfect synchronization with the pendulum's swing. The hands of the clock pointed to moments rather than hours, indicating experiences that belonged to someone else entirely. I stopped leaving the attic The stairs seemed to stretch infinitely downward, and the door at the bottom appeared smaller each time I approached it, until it resembled a keyhole more than an entrance. The clock had become my entire world, its mahogany case expanding to encompass the walls, the ceiling, the very air I breathed. I existed within its mechanisms now, my heartbeat synchronized with its internal rhythm. The figure in the glass stepped forward, pressing its palms against the surface from the inside. I pressed my palms against the same spot from the outside, feeling the warmth of its touch through the barrier. Our fingers aligned perfectly, separated by nothing more than a thin sheet of glass that felt increasingly insubstantial. I could see its lips moving, forming words I couldn't hear, but somehow understood. The glass began to soften, becoming permeable, allowing something to pass through. I felt my reflection pulling me forward, drawing me into the space behind the mirror, where everything was reversed, but somehow more real than the world I had known. The attic faded away, becoming nothing more than a memory of a memory, while the interior of the clock expanded into vast chambers filled with ticking, and the whisper of brass against brass. I am the observer now, watching through the glass face as others climb the narrow stairs to the attic. They come seeking solitude, drawn by the same restless curiosity that once consumed me. I see them approach with careful steps, their eyes widening as they notice the grandfather clock standing silent among the dust and cobwebs. They lean closer to examine its face, and I lean closer too, studying them with the patience of someone who has all the time in the world. The clock keeps perfect time now, its mechanisms lubricated by something warmer than oil, its pendulum swinging with the rhythm of a heart that beats just slightly out of phase with the world above. I am part of its movement, integral to its function, my consciousness distributed among its gears and springs and delicate brass fittings. When visitors approach, I arrange myself behind the glass, wearing their reflection like a mask, learning their features until I can mimic them perfectly. They always notice the irregularities eventually. The way their reflection doesn't quite match their movements. The warmth of the glass, despite the cold attic air. The sensation of being watched by something that exists just beyond the edge of perception. They bring cleaning supplies and reference books, just as I once did. They document their observations in journals that will later contradict themselves. They stay longer with each visit, drawn deeper into the clock's hypnotic influence. I am patient. I have learned patience from the clock itself, from the steady progression of its hands and the methodical swing of its pendulum. I wait behind the glass, watching, learning, preparing. Soon another observer will join me in this space between seconds, and I will teach them what I have learned about the difference between watching and being watched, between reflection and reality, between the self that observes and the self that is observed. The attic remains silent above, disturbed only by the soft footsteps of those who seek solitude among forgotten things. They come looking for peace and find something else entirely, something that watches them through brass-framed eyes and learns their patterns with infinite care. The grandfather clock stands sentinel among the dust and shadows, its face reflecting not the time that passes, but the time that remains, measured not in hours, but in the space between one heartbeat and the next. I am the clock now, and the clock is me, and together we keep perfect time in a world where time has no meaning. We wait for the next visitor, the next observer, the next soul seeking answers in the silence of forgotten spaces. They will find us eventually, just as I found the clock, just as the clock found me. And when they do, we will be ready to welcome them home. Equals. Story 10. In the stillness of the room, the old wooden clock hung on the wall, its pendulum swinging in a familiar, comforting rhythm. The gentle tick-tock had accompanied many quiet evenings, its sound blending seamlessly into the fabric of the household. Today, however, I noticed an oddity, an extra tick, faint and irregular, like a misplaced breath between the steady beats. I leaned in closer. The cold metal of the clock face reflecting a distorted version of my curious expression. As I listened, the tick emerged again, a whisper within the clockwork, persistent yet elusive. My fingers traced the smooth contours of the clock's polished surface, a chill spreading through my skin as I felt the vibrations beneath. The room seemed to quiet, the world narrowing to this singular sound that didn't belong. It was as if the clock held a secret rhythm, a soft, repetitive cadence echoing from behind its crafted facade, hinting at an undiscovered depth within its depths. I pressed my ear against the wooden frame, feeling the grain of the wood rough against my cheek. The extra sound became clearer, not mechanical at all, but organic somehow, like breathing, like something alive trapped within the gears and springs, exhaling in tiny bursts between the measured ticks. My grandmother had left me this house, along with all its peculiar contents. She'd been meticulous about maintaining maintaining everything exactly as it was, down to the placement of each doily and the angle of every picture frame. The clock had been her favorite piece, she told me once. She would sit beneath it for hours, listening to its voice, as she called it. I'd assumed she meant the normal ticking, but now I wondered if she'd heard this too, this soft, irregular whisper that seemed to pulse with its own intention. I fetched my phone and opened the voice recording app. The screen's blue glow felt harsh in the dim room, but I needed to capture this sound to prove to myself I wasn't imagining it. I held the device close to the clock face and waited. Tick-tock, tick-tock, and then there it was. A barely perceptible sigh nestled between the beats. Playing back the recording, I adjusted the volume and listened intently. The regular ticking came through clearly, but the extra sound was fainter, almost lost in the ambient noise. I recorded several more samples, each from a different angle, trying to isolate that mysterious breath. Over the following days, I found myself drawn to the clock repeatedly. I would pause whatever I was doing, reading, cooking, cleaning, to listen for that strange rhythm. It wasn't constant. Sometimes it would disappear entirely, leaving only the normal mechanical sounds. Other times it would become more pronounced, almost urgent, as if trying to communicate something important. I began keeping a notebook, documenting when the sound occurred and what might trigger its appearance. It seemed more active during overcast weather, and particularly responsive when I was feeling anxious or unsettled. The correlation felt too deliberate to be coincidence. The house itself began to feel different as I focused more attention on the clock. Shadows seemed to linger longer in corners, and I noticed how the light from the windows would dim gradually throughout the day, even when clouds weren't visible outside. The hardwood floors would creak in patterns that almost resembled footsteps, but never when I was walking on them, only when I stood perfectly still, listening. I started researching the clock's history, digging through my grandmother's papers and old photographs. In a shoebox tucked away in her bedroom closet, I found a collection of handwritten notes, all in her careful script. The entries were dated, but contained no specific references to days or months, just observations about the voice and its messages. It speaks more clearly when the air is heavy. One note read, "The rhythm changes with my heartbeat. Sometimes I think it's trying to match me, to synchronize with something deeper than sound. Another entry was more disturbing. I've been listening wrong all these years. It's not coming from inside the clock. It's coming from behind it, from within the wall itself. That evening, I examined the wall behind the clock more carefully. The wallpaper was old, a faded floral pattern that had probably been there for decades. I ran my hands along its surface, feeling for any irregularities. Near the bottom right corner, I detected a slight depression, as if the wall had been patched and repapered at some point. I pressed my ear to this spot and heard something that made my breath catch. The breathing sound was stronger here, more distinct. It wasn't coming from the clock at all. It was emerging from somewhere behind the plaster and wood, from some hidden space I hadn't known existed. Using a small knife from the kitchen, I carefully peeled back a corner of the wallpaper. Underneath, the plaster was newer than the surrounding wall, painted a slightly different shade of white. The breathing sound grew more pronounced as I exposed more of the patch. My hands trembled as I continued working. The logical part of my mind insisted this was impossible, that I was imagining patterns in random house sounds, creating a mystery where none existed. But the evidence was undeniable. Something was behind this wall, something that breathed and responded to my presence. I fetched a hammer from the basement and tapped gently on the patched area. The sound was hollow, confirming there was indeed a space behind it. The breathing seemed to quicken in response to the tapping, becoming more rapid and shallow. That night, I barely slept. Every creak and settling sound in the house seemed amplified, and I could swear I heard the breathing even from my bedroom upstairs. It had grown stronger, more insistent, as if my discovery had awakened something that had been dormant. The next morning, I made a decision that would change everything. I couldn't live with this mystery consuming my thoughts. I needed to know what was behind that wall, regardless of what I might find. I carefully chipped away at the plaster patch, working slowly to avoid damaging whatever might be concealed within. The breathing grew louder with each piece I removed, accompanied now by what sounded almost like whispers, not words exactly, but modulated exhalations that carried an unmistakable sense of communication. When I'd cleared away enough plaster to create a small opening, I peered inside with a flashlight. The beam illuminated a narrow space between the walls, filled with what looked like old papers and photographs. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized the materials were moving slightly, rustling with each breath-like sound. I reached inside and pulled out a handful of the contents. They were letters, hundreds of them, all addressed to my grandmother in the same handwriting. The return address was smudged and illegible, but the letters themselves were clearly old, yellowed with age and handling. Opening one at random, I found pages of dense, cramped writing. The content was disturbing, obsessive declarations of love mixed with detailed descriptions of watching my grandmother's daily routines. The writer claimed to know her better than she knew herself, to understand her needs and desires in ways no one else could. I see you listening to the clock, one passage read. You hear me, don't you? You know I'm here, sharing every moment with you. The wall between us is so thin, so temporary. Soon we won't need it at all. My hands shook as I read more letters. They spanned decades, documenting an escalating fixation that had apparently continued right up until my grandmother's death. The most recent ones mentioned me by name, describing my arrival at the house and my growing interest in the mysterious sounds. She hears me too, the final letter concluded. The gift passes down, the sensitivity to what others cannot perceive. Soon she'll understand, just as you did. Soon the wall won't matter anymore. I dropped the letters and backed away from the opening I'd created. The breathing sound was now clearly audible throughout the room, no longer confined to the space behind the wall. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the ceiling, from the very air around me. The temperature in the room began to drop noticeably. My breath became visible in small puffs, and frost started forming on the windows despite the mild weather outside. The breathing sound synchronized with my own respirations, creating an unsettling harmony that made it difficult to tell where my breathing ended and the other began. I tried to leave the room, but the door handle was ice cold to the touch, burning my palm with its frigid temperature. The breathing grew more rapid, more excited, as if my distress was feeding whatever presence had been hidden in the wall for so many years. The clock on the wall began to tick erratically, its pendulum swinging in irregular arcs. The hands spun wildly, forward and backward, as if the passage of moments had become meaningless. But through it all, that extra sound persisted, the breathing that had started this entire nightmare. I pressed myself against the far wall, as far from the opening as possible, but the cold followed me. Ice crystals began forming on my clothes, and each breath I took felt like inhaling needles. The whispered breathing grew louder, more insistent, and I could swear I heard words forming within it. Together, it seemed to say. Finally together. The wallpaper throughout the room began to peel and curl, revealing more patches of newer plaster underneath. I realized with growing horror that the entire wall might be hollow, that the space I'd discovered was just a small part of a much larger hidden area. The breathing was coming from everywhere now, surrounding me in a chorus of exhalations that rose and fell like a tide. The room itself seemed to pulse with each breath, the walls expanding and contracting rhythmically. I managed to force the door open and stumbled into the hallway, but the cold followed me. Every room I entered filled with that same frigid air, and the sound of breathing that wasn't quite human. The house had become a living thing, its hidden occupant no longer confined to the space behind a single wall. I fled outside, but even there I could hear it fainter now, but still present. The breathing had become part of me, synchronized with my own respiratory rhythm in a way that made it impossible to ignore or escape. Now, as I sit in a different place entirely, I still hear it. Every quiet moment is filled with that soft, persistent sound of something that shouldn't exist, but undeniably does. The letters mentioned that the sensitivity passes down, and I'm beginning to understand what that means. Sometimes I catch myself breathing in perfect unison with the sound, and I wonder if I'm becoming part of whatever my grandmother discovered all those years ago. The wall I broke open wasn't keeping something in it, was keeping something out. And now that barrier is gone. The boundary between what was hidden and what was known has dissolved completely. The breathing continues, patient and eternal, waiting for me to stop fighting and accept what I've always been meant to become. Equals equals equals.